Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Is the next search on February 28, 2020? 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Or she found out?
What more do you need to see? Because he's the guy!
Alrighty, welcome back. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you had a great lunch. I know a lot of you were over at the Top Mark Media channel watching the closing statements, which are still continuing. The state is continuing their closing statements in the Chad Daybell case that's going on over there. We'll be in verdict watch shortly on that one. Interesting times. We're waiting to come back from lunch here in this new case we picked up today, the Tennessee versus David Swift murder trial, which turned into a little more than we bargained for. Oh, yeah. Good times. All right. Yeah, I had to tear myself away from the Chad Daybell hearing because I think the prosecutor is doing a phenomenal job laying out the case in that one. So, right, may you live in interesting times. It's a good thing. It could be less interesting, and then it would be boring. But yeah. Welcome back. How was lunch? Anybody do anything fun? I don't want to hear like details like we heard in this case, but let's see. Trying to catch up on chat here. Everyone's taking a seat. That's good. We have to first of all say thank you to AES, if it'll work. Why is it not working? Oh, let's try this one. I've been hitting the wrong button all along. Okay. Let's see. DSK4. Upstream keyer. Well, I'm in the wrong spot. Apparently I can't just push buttons randomly. And now I've programmed that as my default. No. How did I do that? Okay. That's where I belong. That part's good. Why is this not on? Oh, it is. We are professionals. We need someone with more experience. There we go. AES, thank you. It just took a few tries. Sometimes just need to turn the starter a few more turns, and then it goes. AES first in chat this morning. Congratulations, AES. I believe this is your first offense. Your first time. Excuse me. With winning, being first in chat. I'm not sure. I could check the records and see if there was something. If there was something prior to this, it was a long time ago. Probably in your juvenile record, I'm guessing. But first in chat, congratulations. It's no small thing. You managed to do it off of, I believe you confessed and said it was a Discord notification that they got you there. Discord is wonderful about letting people know about the trial being live. And you managed to follow that and get here first and be first in chat. So we're going to punish you for breaking the silence and sentence you to internet ownership. So yes, you can now say that you have owned the internet. This is something that is worth bragging about. If you would like a certificate commemorating this occasion, you can go to the shopping page on our YouTube channel, and for the low fee fine of 50 cents, you can download a fill-in-blank copy of your own internet ownership certificate commemorating this event. So congratulations. You're now amongst the elite few, the internet first offense. Hopefully first of many. Yes, punish, says we're all about that. All right, we are back. We're not quite back yet. We're waiting for court to get back, and they're not back yet. Let's put it that way. They're like this. We're looking at the great seal of the state of the Great Seal of the state of Tennessee, founded in when was this? 1706. Is that what I'm seeing? 1796. Sorry, if I squint, I can read the numbers correctly. XVI, I believe those are Roman numerals. Agriculture and commerce. There you go. So, is that a mushroom cloud? It sort of looks like one, but I think it's supposed to be like a sheaf of wheat, I believe. A wheat sheaf. Ready? Is that the right? Is it sheaf or is it tree? I think it's like a clump of gathered grains ready for harvest. I believe that's what the designer intended to have there. And no, that's not a shrimp boat either. I was a little disappointed. I'm not sure if Tennessee has any shrimp, naturally occurring there, unless they're in like farms on, contained property. It's a broccoli tree. A broccoli tree could be a broccoli tree. Tennessee, the home of the broccoli. Wrong answers only. Can we count the little circles around the perimeter? Somebody can. My eyes go a little blurry when I start looking at repeating patterns like that. So, I'd try to count like a quarter of them and then just times it by 4. We have a lot of lakes here in Tennessee. I've never been. I've got a friend who bought a ranch there. I mean, like he sold out. He was suburban big city, and he decided that he wanted to buy a ranch. Look, Braxton buys 1 membership and hits our internet winner. AES, congratulations! You were just gifted internet ownership, and you were gifted a membership. Congratulations. Anyway, friend bought a 210-acre ranch with including the tractor. And he's like, he loved it. He's like, he just completely switched his life up, went to Tennessee and absolutely loved it. And then being in the IT world, his location wasn't ideal for his situation. So he ended up moving to Atlanta after that and started a chain of stores. I think they're like Buggy Buster stores. Now I outed him because there's only one guy who owns that store, but anyway, really cool guy. Got to shoot a video with him one time, which was a lot of fun. All right, gifted membership for internet ownership counts as taxable wage. Good, yeah. It's your lucky day, AES. It really is. All right, we're going to be back in just a minute, so we'll give the court just a second. For those that are catching up with us right now, we are in the break. As Karen Reed, the Karen Reed trial has almost a week off. In the break, we thought we could either rewatch reruns of Gilligan's Island, or we could do something else cool, and we decided to do something else cool, and that is we're going to watch a new trial. This one just barely started yesterday. We're now live with it, and it is a murder trial. It's a cold case murder trial. The murder happened in 2011, where the husband is accused of killing the wife, and I don't know why it went cold, because it seems that this husband never made it off the suspicious list. But we're going to hear a little bit. He's a piece of work. He's got the victim shaming part of it down. I don't know what else to call that. But and it's pretty. It's made me blush more than a time or two, as he's been willing to share all sorts of details, which is TMI. So, all right. We're just waiting for the judge to turn on the stream, the audio stream, and we'll be good to go. So there's our courtroom view. Quite a few people in attendance. This case was moved, had a change of venue, moved about 50 miles north from where it occurred, the county it occurred in. Obviously, with it being a cold case, a lot of people had heard about this. A lot of years went by as people were interested in this. And I believe there was actually a political race for sheriff or something like that, where this became an issue in the not too recent past. And people were like, hey, why was this case never solved? And there was sort of a public push to look further into this. And now we're here. So I blush easily. Yes, but everyone was blushing. Everyone was blushing. It wasn't just me. I'm glad I didn't read this until after the seal was off the screen, because that would have triggered my OCD as well. But there's our defendant. He's in the polo shirt. We've had a witness in a polo shirt as well. A little casual. I think it's a little chilly. A little chilly in the courtroom. I think the AC is working on full blast. But we're just waiting for the good word from the court, meaning audio. It's wheat and cotton per Google. Is that like Google AI trying to analyze what the image is? Oh, by the way, we get close-ups. How close do you ask? Well, it's funny you should mention. We're still zooming. We get close-ups. We're talking Lori Vallow close-ups. Oh, and that's what happens. That's what happens when you zoom too close. Somebody stands up and suddenly you've been inappropriate. That's what happens. So, cameraman, learn your lesson. Still hearing nothing. The jury should be coming in right now. That's what everyone stands for. The judge is already on the bench. You don't need your spice meter. The spice meter is broken, Jim. It would have broken early on. I think the cameraman should spend less time zooming and spend more time adjusting the audio. Braxton says, okay, back to Karen Reed Day 17. I enjoyed popping in live. Braxton, good luck. You're going to be caught up in no time. Then we'll see you here again. And appreciate the documents, by the way. Thank you. Come on. They're killing me here. You're killing me, Smalls. They did this to us earlier today as well. Took about a minute to turn the audio on.
Were you there when the bleach bottles were photographed?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant about those bleach bottles?
I did.
And did he give you any response?
He told me that came from because the dog had vomited in the garage and he'd used that to clean up the vomit.
Okay. Let's fast forward to, we just finished playing the interview that Investigator Gregory and Investigator Johnson conducted. Did you watch that video?
Yes, sir.
Hey, do you remember when you watched it?
I was actually present in the audio room when they did the interview.
Okay.
I was the guy in the corner.
Did watching that video affect your investigation in any way?
Yes.
Okay, tell us how, please.
I told them that we needed to get Mr. Swift back in for a second interview.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who conducted that interview?
And TBI agent Nathan Bishop and I did.
Okay, and did you also bring a copy of that with you today?
Yes, sir.
Asked to play the video you want.
All right.
Hey, Bill. This is I'm Nathan Bishop.
That's like your TBI. How are you?
Have you heard from her today, this morning, or anything?
I heard anything.
Is anything the member's heard from Karen at all?
I've talked to her mom. I've talked to her cousin. Lives in Crothersville, and you know no one.
You know the cousin's name?
Angie Constance. Yeah. I don't think she was on the list earlier, but she had said that she talked with Karen, some that recently that she talked about her drinking more often and all that. But
Karen drinks.
Karen?
Yeah. She drinks quite a bit.
It turned out to be, she used to never drink. I mean, until we moved here, we've never ever, drank. I mean, her dad was an alcoholic, and she grew up in, a pretty bad situation.
It starts right
And
now.
so she really don't have a really good close relationship with her mom and dad, because for one, her mom didn't take her out of that situation. Her dad was always abusive towards her mom and all that. So we always vowed never to drink, but when we moved here, she became friends with the girl across the road, Jenny, which you all got her number. Jenny gone. Garen, and that's when she started really drinking. At first she told Jenny that, you still have fun without drinking, Next thing I know, she's drinking with them, the parties and the 2, 3 a.m., going over there to get her, and my neighbors involved, seeing that, Marty and Jennifer Lamb, and
When was the last time Angie talked to her?
I didn't ask, but
you have a number for her?
Yeah, it's probably a week or so ago. Her number's 573-724.
867-5309.
And that's her niece?
That's your cousin.
Cousin, okay.
And my son.
Has any of the kids talked to her? Have any of them tried to text her? Or?
Yeah, we tried to text. I called. Just go straight to her voice message. I haven't checked her messages today, but I know the passcode on it, so I'm retrieving. I'm hearing the messages that people are leaving, but
you mind giving me her passcode?
It's 5. It's the last 4 digits of her phone, 5549.
Okay.
So.
Everybody that you listen to on there, pretty much you know who they are.
Yeah. And that's what I've been listening for, to see if there's any unusual calls or numbers. But yesterday when they were out at the house, we listened to all of them. That was, I guess it was Gregory and
Johnson.
Yeah. So, but now I haven't listened to him today.
Has she ever run off before and not contact you or the kids before?
I mean, she's been gone a lot, but never this long, not without the kids.
So that's what I'm saying. Did she ever make contact while she was gone and not call you or the kids and say, hey, you hadn't heard from her or anything like that?
No, not like this. I mean, she'd come and go a lot, at all hours. And she would sneak out of the house, at midnight or whatever, and several encounters. And Jenny Gurin, she went to her house at midnight one night, or Jamie Gurin and Ridgely. And whenever I realized she was going out of the house, I called her, and it was like midnight. And I said, where are you going at midnight? And she said, oh, Jenny's over at Jamie's, and she just wanted me to come over for a while. And, she got in, I don't know.
Does she have a full-time job? No. Just part-time? You told me
she doesn't work up until a couple weeks ago. I mean, she started cleaning Bill and Kathy's house on Mondays for a month or so. And, being over there from 12:31 till 8:30 at night or whatever on Mondays, she was doing landscape and stuff for them. She was, always over there. She would go, a lot of times get the girls in bed. She'd take out on, Tuesday night or Wednesday night, get in at, 12, 1, whatever time. A lot of the times, reek the smell of alcohol. There was a lot of concerns there. There were several weekends that someone would have to go get her. Or Shannon and Brian Lee brought her home one night from a party over at Bill and Kathy's, where she couldn't drive, and then I had to go get her a time or two. The next door neighbor, Janie, the next door neighbor to Bill and Kathy, her daughter had to bring her home one night.
Did you see her Saturday night when she came in the house?
Saturday or Sunday morning when they came in.
Early,
yeah.
Sunday
All I did was pop my head down to make sure that she had Ashley and Ashley was okay. And, that they were home.
Did you
go back upstairs?
Oh, so you slept upstairs?
Yeah, I always slept upstairs.
Did you actually physically see her?
Yeah.
What part of the house did you see her in?
It was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
Did y'all have any conversation?
It was very, very limited. She said, I'm putting Ashley in bed with me, and that was briefly it.
You remember what clothing she had on?
She had, they were blue jeans, I believe they had holes in them, and then a gray coat. It was like a tied coat. I didn't know what kind of shirt or anything she had on, but it was a gray coat.
Did she indicate that she was going anywhere else?
No.
Did she tell you if she was going to bed or?
No, I assumed she was going to bed because she said she was putting Ashley in bed with her. But Ashley vaguely remembers that she put her in bed with Keely. The next bedroom over next door.
When did you notice her? When did you find out the car wasn't there?
I found out whenever I called the neighbor, because whenever I got up, it was about 10 or so, and that's when the girls got up, and they went in the bedroom, and she wasn't there, and so, which wasn't uncommon. So about 10 or so, I texted her and asked if she was bringing breakfast home for the girls or if I needed to cook. And I didn't get a response, so, which wasn't unusual, because a lot of times she wouldn't answer my phone or text or whatever. And so I waited a while, and I texted her again, and then I called her, and then it was about 12:30 or so, and I probably called again. I waited until about 1, and I told the girls, let's go look for her, I was starting to get worried, and so I called Jennifer Lamb, the next door neighbor, because Keely didn't want to go. She wanted to stay there. So I called Jennifer. I said, are you back home from church? I said, Keely's, want to stay with you. Me and Ashley's going to go look for Karen. She's probably over at Kathy's or something, but she won't answer the phone. And whenever Jennifer said, was that not her vehicle up on Millsfield? And I said,
Is that her? Answer the phone.
Hello?
He answers it.
Did I call you? I probably did earlier. Did Preston show up for Ashley to eat, or do you know?
Sorry, I'm in a police interrogation right now.
Okay. No, I haven't. Okay. Well, I probably know a bit. And so whenever
doesn't miss a beat.
Jennifer told me that she thought that was her vehicle up there and had a flat, I said, well, I'm going up there. So I got the girls' vehicle and I went up there, and it was her vehicle. And so immediately I called Kathy and said, Kathy, have you seen Karen? Her vehicle is up here on Millsfield and it's got a flat. And Kathy said, no, but we're really worried. We've been trying to get a hold of her. Said, Bill's calling police right now. And so immediately when I got on the phone with her, I called the sheriff and said that something's wrong, or if she hadn't, Bill and Kathy, if they hadn't known about her, and that Bill was on the phone. And then,
so Bill and Kathy saw the car first?
No, they didn't have, whenever I told them that her vehicle was on Millsfield, that's when they reported it on Millsfield. And
who told you it was up there?
Jennifer Lamb.
Your neighbor?
Yeah. When she went out to church, she was out at 9:30.
Was that the kissing neighbor?
She came out, I guess. And so nobody called me. But it wasn't unusual for her to be gone in the morning, especially on a weekend, or go to the wire or something and be gone, and she...
If she'd have had a flat, would she have called you to get it changed, or?
She's run out of gas before and called other people. If she didn't want me to know she was out, because everything was so secretive, everything was so, she didn't want me to know things, and when she was sneaking out at night and stuff, and
the night that you saw her in the kitchen, who was all there?
It was just
It was you, your daughter,
yeah, my 9-year-old.
your 9-year-old. Where was the 6-year-old at?
She was in bed.
She was in bed. So it was just the 4 of y'all in the house.
And Dustin was going to come home. We weren't certain if he was coming home, or not. He had gone to the Halloween party, and he's at UT Martin, so he thought he was going to come home. And I guess he decided not to.
So did Bill and Kathy ever come to your house Sunday? They never came to your house?
Not that I'm aware of.
But they called you and told you that they were looking for?
No, I called Kathy.
Okay. So I'm getting confused. I didn't know if they called the sheriff's office first or you called the sheriff's office.
Well, whenever I was on the phone, Kathy, she said, Bill's calling right now. I was the one that reported to Kathy that her vehicle's, and I'm worried her vehicle's got a flat.
Right.
And that's when she said, well, Bill's calling right now. Well, when I realized that Karen wasn't with Kathy, or that she hadn't heard from her all morning.
Was Bill calling you on the cell phone or landline?
No, Bill called direct to the sheriff's or police department, I guess.
Oh, so what you're saying, you and him never had a conversation?
No, we never had a conversation.
Okay.
I didn't talk to Bill at all. It was just with Kathy.
And how did you find out that he was on the line? That's when you talked to Kathy?
Yeah, when I was on the phone.
She called you?
No, I called
Dina?
Kathy. Yeah.
And asked, where is Karen?
Yeah. I asked if she'd seen Karen, that her vehicle has got a flat. Jennifer told me about it, and I'm worried. And she said, well, Bill's on the phone. I guess he was on his cell phone at that time when Kathy said, well, they found her vehicle's got a flat on Millsville.
And you don't have any idea that where she may have gone or anybody she may have, has she ever went off? Somebody we don't know about that we can call and say,
well, I found it in the number yesterday. I reported to that guy. I didn't know. Something just seemed odd about that. I called Jamie that, I felt in the past that she had a cell phone with, a year ago or so that I found. I wasn't aware of this cell phone, so I don't know whatever activity is on her other cell phone that Bill and Kathy gave her.
So how many phones does she actually have that you're aware of?
Well, 2 now.
Okay.
The one that,
That's the one Bill then gave her?
The one that Bill...
And then your phone? The family phones that y'all have?
She has.
Has she called her mother or anything?
It's the answer again. Oh, no. Telemarketer.
Mother hadn't talked to her? Does she have any other sisters or brothers?
She has a sister, Lisa, and she called me. I've been talking to her. She called me last night. I called her today, I believe, and they're not really close. So she went and called her for,
Hypothetically, if y'all had a disagreement or something, where would she go to kind of just
Bill and
Kathy,
or she's gone probably Tiffany Glass, or one of her friends there, or she.
And you talk to all her friends?
Yeah. Of course, Bill and Kathy's not talking with them now because they're pointing fingers. Mm-hmm. My son just went over there to talk to them, and the neighbor gave Bill's number, and Bill talked to Preston on the phone and saying that I didn't seem concerned or all this, and I'm worried.
Well, let's say in a week's time, how much time does she spend at Bill and Kathy's house?
What?
A week.
In a week's time?
Yeah.
3-4 times.
A week?
At least. She's usually over there on Mondays, then Wednesday nights. But I don't know. I'm at work, so through the day, I'm sure she's seeing them.
You work across the river?
Yeah, I work near Blytheville.
Newcourt?
Tanaris.
You said that she never started the drinking or anything until you moved here. Where'd you move from?
From Pocahontas. Arkansas.
Pocahontas, Arkansas?
Yeah.
Is she born and raised there?
No, she's born in Illinois, but most, as a baby, and then she, most of growing up was Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, and we lived in Pocahontas, Illinois.
Is any of her friends from Pocahontas or Walnut Ridge call you?
Oh yeah, and they're planning on coming down here, and they're being very, supportive. And, everyone's just really concerned. And
did she ever indicate to you at any time that she's had some problem with somebody? Or?
Well, not long ago, she at Kathy's dance a few weeks ago, she got into it with a parent and grabbed her and shoved her up against the brick wall.
Who was that?
That was Amanda McCarthy.
Amanda. Did you tell the investigators that yesterday?
I don't know if I did or not. And she's had several. At Pocahontas, there was several people that she got.
This Amanda McCarthy, where does she live?
She lives out Crown Point, I'm in Newbern, but she teaches dance or something at Dyersburg. But
I'm just now coming on, but I just found out about this last night. Help me if you just tell me a little bit about her.
About
your wife. Just describe her personality to me.
There he goes.
Her personality is, she's usually outgoing. She just recently started working at the YMCA. She's in, want to be a trainer. She, at home, it hadn't been the best, it was...
That's how long you could go about good things about her.
She got angry, and she was somewhat hostile, a lot of times. My 18-year-old now, he witnessed, when she wanted something, she wanted it right then and there, one day he was on the cell phone in the bathroom, upstairs in his bathroom, and she needed a cell phone. She was doing something with Verizon account, and he wouldn't give it to her. He said, I'm using the restroom, you're going to have to wait. She said, no, and in front of our daughter, she picked up a suitcase, I guess, and started beating the door in. And put holes all in the door. I didn't know anything about it until about 3 days later. I was in Dustin's room, and I opened up his closet door, and there was holes all in the closet door. And I asked him, I said, what did you do here? What happened? And he said, you need to talk to Mom. Well, come to find out, after she did all that, she didn't want me to find out about it, I guess, and she made him help her change the bathroom door to the closet door so it'd be on the inside instead of the outside. And, it's just, she could be loving and caring, and then she, it was just always up and down.
She ever been suicidal, anything, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. But I don't know what the alcohol has done. There was Jennifer told me, I found out recently that Jennifer, Robin Alford was over at our house one day, I was at work, and Jennifer said she got a phone call and said Robin was going to have to leave with her kids to go somewhere, and that Robin called her and said, I need you up here because Karen's so intoxicated that I need you to help me get her undressed and get her in bed. Mm-hmm. And so Jennifer Lamb, my neighbor, went up there and helped get her in bed. They told the girls that Mom was sick or whatever, and that they were, and then Jennifer took the girls to her house so Karen could sleep it off or something. And then another time Dustin witnessed, she was with Holly Jones one day, and I came home that day a little bit early from work, and they both had been drinking. Holly had her little boy there, and Ashley Keeley was there. I didn't realize Dustin was there at the time, but later he told me he was. He was upstairs, but Karen was on the front porch from our house, and she was so drunk that, and this is probably maybe 3:30 afternoon, and she started throwing up on the porch, and she was down, almost face down in her vomit, and couldn't get up, and Dustin told me later he saw her, he went down there and called her an idiot and went back upstairs. And then we had to get her around, get her, you know, in the house, get her something to drink, clean off the porch, the vomit.
Did Bill indicate to you or Kathy on the night of the party if she had been drinking?
No, I haven't talked to him. I mean,
they didn't question who, you didn't have any questions to them about who she may have been with at the party?
I did. I mean, I asked if there was, and they said there wasn't anyone unusual or whatever, and, you know, we found a cooler in the back that had beer in it in the back of the Murano, and then it smelled like liquor when we opened up the door in the front, but, you know, so.
Was there anything in the car that you may have touched while you were out there?
Well, actually, me and Alexander, you know, when I first went there, you know, I just unlocked it. I thought, well, she's, you know, got a flat. I opened it up. I looked to see if there was anything missing, her purse, or, you know, the keys might have been in it or whatever. And, you know, I opened up the trunk, or the hatchback, to see, and looked in the cooler and stuff. But other than that, that's all I did immediately. You know, I shut it, called, and then Alexander came out, the deputy, and, you know, I think he was the first to arrive. I'm not certain. Of course, he touched a lot of stuff, but, you know, I didn't touch or remove anything or anything like that.
You know why it would have been on that side of the roadway?
What, that Dawn situation like this, unfortunately, I gotta ask this, what was the source of you and her problems? Was it alcohol?
Well, it was
hot
that.
tubs?
It was the, you know, we were trying to pull her out of that situation. She was involved with Bill and Kathy. You know, I saw a lot of stuff. She was...
When you say involved, what do you mean? I mean, 'cause I don't know Bill or Kathy.
I caught her over there several times, you know, when she was missing or not where she was supposed to be. And I would park my vehicle down the road and I'd come up there and I'd look around back and she'd be, you know, naked in a hot tub with them.
With who?
Bill and Kathy. And also another couple, Brian and Shannon Lee, their teachers at Dyersburg. And when I confronted her about that, she said she'd never do that again. And we were over there one night, and it was after Kathy's birthday party. And when I saw and realized what was going on, that was the night that we all got in a hot tub. But I didn't think anything of it at first. I mean, we'd been at the country club, and we'd all been, you know, kind of drinking, but Karen was totally naked, and there were several others, and I kept trying to get her, and she finally was going to go in, we thought, to get dressed. Well, shortly after that, Bill followed her in. And then Robin Alford said, I'm going to go check on Karen. It was probably 5-10 minutes later, I can't remember exactly. So, and she went in there, then we all got out, was ready to go home. And Karen was so drunk, she was passed out in the living room, kind of halfway on the couch. She had a towel over her, but she was just totally naked. And, you know, we left. Robin said that she encountered Bill. She prevented Bill from raping her that night, is what Robin told me. And so, whenever I realized what was going on and everything was going on, I tried to pull Karen out of that. And I confronted Bill about it, or Kathy. And Kathy said, oh, it was just bad judgment. It'll never happen again. Okay? And so, then I didn't really talk to Robin about that after that, but then it was a week or 2 or 2 weeks ago, or after that, it was about, Karen said she was going to the country club to a birthday party, and she promised she'd be back by 11:30 or 12, and she never showed up. Well, Dustin was home, and I told him, I said, you know, they're over here. I said, I'm going to go check on her mom. And I went over there at 1:30 in the morning, and I heard some people in the hot tub. It was Brian and Shannon Lee. They were naked. It looked like they were having sex or something. Bill had just gotten out, but I heard Shannon say, "Where'd Karen go?" I thought, oh my God, once she would never do this again. So I went to the door, and Bill was standing there. I said, "Bill," I said, "where's Karen?" It's almost 1:30. I'm worried about her.
For just a minute.
Oh, she's just upstairs talking to Kathy.
Judge's like, I've heard enough.
I just walked on up there.
Can you pause it? Yeah, it's tough after lunch to sit here and watch that. Let's just stand up for a second and stretch, and that way we'll all get refreshed.
So jurors are falling asleep during this pause game. Yeah, caught him picking his nose, thumb in the nose. How can you fall asleep and during this riveting recounting of? Do we need some yoga music? Let's see. We need something energetic. I'm thinking like this.
That's fine. All right. Well, let's sit back down. Let me make a suggestion. If you notice that somebody next to you is having a tough time, and it's just part of human nature, if you notice that, if you'll give them a bump, what we do in Dyer County, I say, cough or clear your throat, and the person next to you will wake up. Okay.
Just don't talk to you about the case.
I saw
just
Karen was in bed with Kathy, and I asked her. I said I listened to the conversation just a little while. Kathy said, "Oh, I think my husband coming back up here or something. Bill, here's how off he wants to get in bed and kick me out or something." And anyway, so I finally said, "Karen, what are you doing? Why are you in bed with Kathy?" And she said, "Oh, just go home. I'm just talking to Kathy. I'll be there in a little bit." I said, "No, get up. Come here. I want to talk to you." And she never get up. And so I went over there, and she started cussing at me and everything. She was upset. I could tell she was drunk. And I went over and pulled the cover back, and she was naked. She just had a little bit of a wet towel over her. And I asked her, I said, "Why are you in bed naked with Kathy?" And anyway, that's the night that I just left. And went home, and Brian and Shannon Lee drove her home that night. She wasn't able to. And so,
are you separated?
No, well, and then
he's not done.
I confronted all this. Well, then I talked with Robin about that, about her being in bed and everything, seeing all that. And she said, "I can't believe that." She said, "Well, let me tell you what I encountered that night." She said, I prevented Bill from raping her that night. Why does she keep going over there putting herself in these situations? And so when Robin told me that, I confronted Bill and Kathy both about it. Of course, Bill denied it. Bill told Karen, my wife, and Kathy, his wife, that Robin was trying to fondle him in the hot tub. I don't know if that was to ruin her credibility or whatever. So whenever I told Robin that, Robin was furious and Paul, and they wanted to confront Bill about it because she said, "No, you're not going to say that about me because I didn't do that or anything." And so Robin went over there and confronted Karen and Kathy about all that, what was said, and then from that point on, it was just really bad. Karen withdrew even more, and then probably about 3 months later, that's when she, I guess it was the 7th, October 7th was whenever, that Friday night her dog got poisoned, and the sheriff, everybody was out there, and we were dealing with all that ordeal. She kept telling me, "Come back in the house," that I said, "Well, I'm dealing with this." It got to be 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I thought it was kind of odd that she wanted me to, come in the house, go to bed, because normally she's not worried about it, but anyways, so I did, went to bed, got up probably 8:30 or 9 in the morning. She wasn't home, the girls weren't there Saturday morning. And all day long I was texting and calling and worried about her, and no response. So this here wasn't uncommon, And finally at 8:30 p.m., she sent me a text that there's a letter and a notebook in the top dresser drawer. And I got it and read it and said that she'd taken the girls for a while and she'd filed for divorce, picked up the papers, and she wouldn't tell me where she was or anything. I texted her and I said, I want to make sure the girls are okay. because there's been times that she would leave them at the babysitter and take off, you know, and I didn't like that because I was available or whatever, but she didn't want me to know where she was.
And when was this?
When she would leave the kids at the babysitter?
No, when she took off and...
that was, I believe, the 7th, October 7th. It was on a Saturday.
This month?
Yeah.
Or last month?
Yeah. Yeah. And,
did you ever find out where she was?
Well, what I did, I went on the Verizon account, and I saw a number that she had called, and I called, and it was a restaurant in Orange Beach, Alabama. And so I figured, okay, that's where she is. So Preston and Dustin, she wouldn't tell them, my boys, where she was. And they were worried and concerned. And so finally my son said, I know you're on the beach. He finally said, yeah, I'm on Orange Beach. So what? You know, basically. And so they were really upset and said, you know, Mom, you're the drinking, the heavy drinking, and everything. And they tried to do an intervention over the phone with what she was doing to make sure that's what she wanted to do. And
intervention over the phone.
We had a friend at Pocahontas that kind of did the same thing. And she said, remember when you told me when I was little that if I ever acted like Melissa, to let you know, he said, you're acting just like Melissa with everything you're doing. And so she cried at first, and it turned to anger, and, you know, and the boys really hadn't talked to her since. They just, Holly, you know, upset with her. She was stealing money from Dustin all summer. She was taking money from his, he worked at the animal clinic. We claimed Preston on our taxes. He was supposed to get like $900 back, but she never gave him all the money. It was just, we didn't know what she was doing. Our account, the bank account, was going down every month, overdrawn. It was just constant. Didn't know where the money was going.
Did you ever find out?
No. I mean, everybody was telling me, you know, family, and even her mom. I was talking to her mom that you got to get your own account. You got to know, you know, what's going on with it. But I was still trying to trust her, and then so that morning, you know, when she did that, the bank account was totally overdrawn. I had $20, you know, for all week, and
when she went to Orange Beach and left, did she just come back, or?
Well, finally, Keely, I talked to my youngest daughter, I talked to the girls, you know, and finally, a day or two, Keely said, well, Kathy gave me my birthday present finally. Keely's birthday was that past Friday. And so I said, really sorry, I knew she was with Bill and Kathy. And they had taken her. And anyways, they came back on Thursday night.
So when did she come back to the house where you lived?
Thursday night. I mean,
okay.
we had never been apart, you know, separated. I mean, finally, I didn't have any finances or anything to really retain with attorneys. It just so happened that the night that the dog incident happened, my neighbor's brother's an attorney, and he was there, Tim Navy, and so I got to talk with him, telling him the situation, and so I told him what had happened, so, you know, got him to be, start to be my attorney, and you know, I still care about her, I love her, I want her safe and return home, and I don't know what I can do. I mean,
what was the question? Tell me about your wife's personality. Was that the question?
So you said that she became friends with a girl across the street or whatever, and that's when the erratic behaviors.
Yeah, really extreme. She got a tattoo. She's always thought tattoos were. She got a tattoo. She started listening to different kind of music all the time, just partying. You know, she didn't work. The boys always wanted to go to work because, you know, we were struggling financially to keep everything going, and the account was always something going on, and she was, and that's in senior year, you know, we really struggled, and felt like we took away from the senior year, and but she wouldn't work, she wouldn't.
Was it a tattoo of a hot tub? I mean, what?
And her mom and brother when they came down for graduation, they brought this up. I hadn't even really thought about that. I thought surely not, but they were thinking that she was acting like she was on something, you know. And she did have addictions to diet pills and stuff in the past, which several people, Gimpo County or wherever they had. And she's kind of got an addictive personality. You asked earlier what I would say that she's either, if there's something that she's involved in, she's really gung-ho, you know, and that's all it's about, you know, and she would do anything to stay thin. And
would she voluntarily leave her children?
Voluntarily?
Like, she just wanted to disappear, would she do that?
No, I can't see that happening.
You can't see that?
No, I mean, I know she cares about them. You know, she hadn't always made her best judgment. I've seen her, you know, poor Ashley and Keely running down the drive, chasing her. But she wanted to get to Bill and Kathy's or something. And then there was one time I thought she was almost going to hit Ashley, getting away from her. So, you know, I think she's just had some lack of judgments, but I can't see her just leaving and disappearing. I mean, I just...
She left the kids chasing the car so she could get to Bill and
somebody
Kathy's.
had to have seen something. Somebody, I mean, there's just, you know, it was Halloween weekend. It was just...
And when she came home, was it Sunday morning early?
Yeah.
What time was it?
I believe it was about 1:30 or 1:45, something like that.
And you said you got up about 10.
Yeah. Got up about 9:30 or 10.
Where does she normally sleep? You said you sleep upstairs.
Yeah, downstairs.
Does she sleep with the girls, or?
Yeah, well, sometimes. I mean, it just depends, you know.
Sometimes just depends.
And I asked Ashley, I said, well, did you go to bed with Mommy? Do you remember her getting up? And she said, I kind of remember her taking me and putting me in bed with Keely.
You got mail.
It was not uncommon for her to get up and go, and I just, you know, so many times she would, I was so worried about her, if you want to call that controlling or whatever, but I was just always trying to protect her. You know, I was worried. I was, you know, when she'd get up and, you know, leave at night, and I would see it, and you know, one night she I asked where she was going, and she said, I'm going to go ahead and go to Walmart. And I said, this late? And I said, no. I said, you're probably really going to Kathy's, aren't you? And she said, no, I'm not. And she said, fine, you don't trust me? You go to Walmart. And I said, well, okay. She got mad. I said, fine, I trust you. Well, she didn't show up for, you know, 10:30, 11, and I kept, you know, texting. I said, you know, I need to go to bed. This was like a Thursday night, so I need to go to work in the morning. And she said, no, it's peaceful and quiet in here. Just let me be. I'll be home in a little bit. I said, okay. But got later, and I finally told Dustin. I said, Dustin, I'm going to go check on your mom, make sure she's okay. So I went to Walmart, and I saw her vehicle, and I went to Walmart, nowhere to be found. And so I thought, well, I'm going to find out, you know, she's having an affair, what she's doing. And anyway, I went and I sat in the back of the vehicle. I sat there, and it was hot, you know, and finally about 12:30, here came Kathy. And drop her off. And I got out of the vehicle, and I tapped on the glass, and I said, Kathy, what are you doing? I went over to Karen's side, and of course Karen was angry and upset, and I said, why did you lie? You know, I mean, why are you... I asked Kathy, I said, why are you taking her places, or what are you doing? I said, where are you taking her and going and picking her up? Because I'd seen that, you know, she was doing stuff like that, because I've witnessed it before. And Kathy owns a dance studio where her girls go, and they've only been friends for really close for less than a year, you know, to be so. And Kathy has a master's degree in psychology, but she doesn't practice that or whatever. But I told Kathy, I said, you're enabling her, and I know you know what that means to, you know, it's just hurting our family. I said, you know, why are you doing this? And Karen got very angry and upset, and everything's just so secretive, you know. Why, I mean, a mile and a half away, why wouldn't you just drive to Kathy's if you wanted to go there or whatever, you know? Nashville a few weekends ago for training, for her to start her silver sneakers class or whatever. And I didn't think it was Friday and Saturday. She said it was. So I said, okay. You know, she withdrew like $1,000. And I didn't think it was going to be that much to go to this training. But she came home Friday at 4 p.m. I'm sorry, Saturday. She left 4 in the morning, she said, on Friday to get to Nashville. And she said she had to go back Saturday, so she went back and spent the night with Jenny in Lexington, Tennessee, supposedly, to save a motel room. But, you know, that was quite a drive back to Lexington, I thought. But anyway, she got back Friday about 4 p.m. On Saturday, about 4 p.m. And she got her bag out and stuff, and she said, I forgot my curling iron in the vehicle when we get it, because she was getting ready to go somewhere. And I said, yeah. I said, I'll get it. I looked down, I noticed her panties were in the floorboard under her seat on the driver's side. I thought that was odd, and I looked down my tail, you know, they'd been worn. I put them back down there and took her curl iron in and said, later on, I said, Karen, I said, why is your panties in the floorboard? She said, oh, I had to change. Or I said, you changed in the vehicle? And she said, no, I changed at the convenience station before class or something. I said, well, why would you put them in your floorboard? Why would you not put them back in your bag or something? And why would they be in the floorboard, you know? So I mean, just stuff like that all the time. And then I found stuff, you know, around the house. I found I hate to even say and bring stuff like you said, but I found a glass dildo in her coat pocket. You know, and I took it out, and I thought, you know, first I didn't know what it was. It was a glass and a handle on it. And at first I thought it was a crack pipe, or I didn't know what it was. And I realized, no, it's a dildo. And so I took it out and, you know, hid it. And then about a week later, she says, I want it back. And I said, what are you talking about, you know? She said, you know what I'm talking about. And I said, well, where'd you get that? Why would you have that? I said, why? You know, what are you involved in? You know, and you know, what's going on? What's, you know.
Let me see if Terry needs anything else. I appreciate your help. I really do.
And I've been cooperative. I mean, I had my attorney from Door. He's worried about all this. He don't want, and he probably wouldn't like us here right now. But I'm trying to be cooperative. But he's saying, you know, you've been very cooperative. He said just to protect you and your girls. That, you know, but I just want her, you know, home and found, and I don't. You know, we're all hurting, and I still love her.
You still love her.
And you know, regardless of whatever other situations, I mean, we can all deal with that.
Let me see if Terry needs anything before
It's like, I'm out of here. I can't believe my buddy left me alone in this interview. It's like, I'm gone. Okay, returning the phone call about the car warranty. Just received bad news via text. Not glancing around the room.
If you hear anything, please give us a call.
I will. For all this, I just don't have much more. Hey, I'm trying to be strong for the girls.
Yeah.
And for my boys.
Right.
I just, you know, it's just really hurtful that, you know, I don't really have any family here or anything. People are coming in from Pocahontas and stuff that knows us better, knows us more. And,
don't forget your crutches, sir.
You know, they're willing to talk and help out whatever, and you know, past situations or. So I mean, if you need anything, let me know. And I told him that you know, that my attorney that I had, for for the divorce, he's concerned about, me talking and stuff, but I told him I don't have anything to hide. I've been fully cooperative, but, it's not like I've lawyered up or anything, but he said, just be real careful, and that, he talked to the sheriff last night, but I'm not, I don't want you to think I'm trying to hide or do anything like that. It's just, I just want to protect, my daughters and be here for them, and, I'm willing to do whatever.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming by.
Okay. Well, can you tell me the status right now? What's going on?
We're just still trying to follow leads. We'll talk to her friend.
Investigator McCray, would you make that second interview exhibit your testimony?
Yes, sir.
It's not. Where's that?
When he says he took the object and he hit it, he's not talking about HIT. He's talking HID, I think is what he said.
Number 7.
I think that's an important distinction.
Investigator McCray, when was Karen's body discovered?
It was in maybe around December. I can't remember the exact date.
10th sound familiar?
Yes.
Yeah, where was she discovered?
She was discovered off of Harness Road there, near the Bledsoe Cemetery.
Is there any significant landmarks around that area?
It's a cross is on top of the hill there, near a cross that stay lit at night.
Okay, describe the terrain.
It's a hilly area where her body was found. It was all kudzu. There's a field road next to where her body is found. There's a gravel road that goes down into the Bledsoe Cemetery.
Bill's going to hand you some photographs like if you would examine them for me.
Yes, sir, this is accurate.
Okay. You know who took those photos?
I did.
Okay. So obviously you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are they a true and accurate representation of the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you
2011.
publish those to the jury, Your Honor? Ask him if he may exhibit to his testimony number 8 and publish them to the jury. Out of respect for the decedent, we're not putting them up on the board.
All right, that'll be number 8, collective.
In Daybell, the state just finished their closing statements. They're going to take a break for lunch and then have defense closings. We may have a few people show up here from the Daybell trial. If they do, please don't tell them all the details that we just heard. Just let them go back and watch it on their own. We're marking all the exhibits.
You want the jury to see those now?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a minute and let them go ahead.
Yes, sir.
They literally are being passed around one at a time like show and tell in 3rd grade. I hope they don't ever get like to weapons and things like that. Because we have seen the a knife be passed around the jury once before. Do you guys remember that? There may be a large tire at some point that's brought in as evidence as well in this case. There's our defendant. He's donned a little heavier coat, no hoodie this time. Looks like full on like a Carhartt jacket maybe. Our counter for today is, or for this trial, is a once upon a time trial. A once upon a time counter, because these events happened 13 years ago. And so every time a witness talks about how long it's been, or they're trying to remember, it's been a while, I've forgotten over the years, I don't remember all the details like I did back then, something like that, anything of that variation, we're going to count on the counter. Probably isn't going to be a huge number, but it'll be fun to keep track of. New drink I discovered that's really quite good. Karma, only 20 calories. Are you hawking Karma? Is that your? Do you have a brand deal, Paul? I've never heard of it. Karma drink. Can it replace my my Mountain Dew? Oh, it's water. It's water, Thal. You're getting ripped off. It's water. Wellness water. Blueberry lemonade. Let me look into this. Ooh, I can get a 40% coupon on my first subscribe and save. Apparently, I don't want to subscribe and save. Probiotic water. Blueberry lemonade. Okay, I'm just going to do the math on the each price from Amazon. Let's see. $28.39 divided by 12. $2.37 per bottle. A little more expensive than Mountain Dew. You push the top down, that flavors it. So it's like a science trick and refreshment in the same bottle. Thomas, I approve. You sent me a picture of a Mountain Dew bottle. Tell me if you think this is a real wood background behind this guy, or if that's fake wood paneling.
Investigator McCray, was an autopsy requested in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, and where was the autopsy performed, if you know?
It was performed at the Forensic Center in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, and who was responsible for securing the body and getting it transported there?
TBI.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the panties that we saw in the picture there?
They were collected as evidence.
Were they sent to the TBI?
They were sent to the TBI for analysis.
Okay. To your knowledge, was any usable DNA obtained from them?
No usable evidence.
Okay. Was there any other evidence that was obtained from the body at the crime lab that you know of that was sent to the...
fingernail clippings, those were obtained. There were no usable evidence there.
Okay. There are some names that are going to come up during the rest of the state's case. And I was going to see if you can identify some people for us. Do you know the name Wyman Brasfield?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me who he is?
He was the tow truck driver that towed the car to the TBI lab at Nashville.
Okay. How about a Virgil Wingard?
Yes, sir.
How does Virgil Wingard fit?
Virgil Wingard was a guy that located a hammer there in that area of the cemetery.
Okay. Do you remember when he located that hammer?
Not the exact date.
Was it?
It was after we had discovered the body.
Was it days after, months after?
I would say maybe a month after.
Okay. How about Alejandro Hernandez?
He was a worker that was Mr. Wingard.
Okay. And did all these people agree to give DNA samples?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. Well, Karen's Morano was in the impound lot there at the Dyer County Sheriff's Office. Did anything out of the ordinary occur to it?
Yes. There was an inmate that was out on trusty detail. There was a mechanic had broken into the car.
Okay. Was he arrested?
Yes.
Was he confronted?
He was.
Did he confess?
He did.
Was he charged with a crime?
Yes, he was.
And was he convicted?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you able to ascertain his motive in breaking into the car?
He broke into the car to get a set of, I think they were headphones that were inside the car.
Yes, sir. Did you have the occasion to investigate a man named Thomas Hayes?
I did not personally, but I know the TBI did.
Okay. Was he ever considered a suspect in this case?
He was.
And was he ever cleared?
Yes, he was.
Why was he considered a suspect?
Apparently he had met Karen at some concert or spoke to her somehow or another at a concert, and they had text messages.
And do you know where Mr. Hayes is now?
I believe he's deceased.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Pass the witness. On to cross-examination. So a work release inmate broke into the car to steal headphones while it was in the impound lot. I think I've seen that movie.
You're the lead investigator in this case.
Yes, sir.
And you have been involved in this case since October the 30th of 2011.
Actually, I wasn't there on the 30th, but I came back on a Monday and started on it.
The two interviews that we saw, the first one was October the 30th of 2011. You did not attend that.
The first interview?
Yes.
Yes, I did. I was in the audio room when that video was being recorded.
And Mr. Swift voluntarily came in and answered a lot of questions.
Yes, you did.
All right. And the video shows what it
there were
shows.
only 3 questions.
He had crutches.
The rest was just him
Yes.
talking.
All right. The second interview, was that the next day?
Yes, the next day.
And that was at your request?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Swift again came in and cooperated and answered
That's
a bunch of
correct.
questions for
That's
a long
correct.
time.
That's correct.
All right. The officers, you've been in the courtroom the whole time, so the officers that have already testified today, if you can't hear me, let me know. All right. The officers that have testified today, you had talked to them. I guess, you had knowledge of what their reports were or what they had to say.
Yeah, I read their reports, and I had spoken to Sergeant Walker on the day of the event.
Okay. And the first time you went to the Swift house was what day?
I believe it was on that Monday, I believe.
Okay. It was the day after she was missing.
Yes.
All right. And you went in the house.
I think several of us went there that day.
Right. You and other officers went in the house and the property. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to the point, sir. And were there dogs involved in either day or at the time that you were there on the property or in the house?
Oh, you saying was dogs involved?
Yes. Cadaver dogs or dogs about scents?
I don't recall us taking any dogs to the house.
Or the property around the house?
I don't recall that.
Okay. At some point, the next day you and others are at the house. You're there for a period of time.
Yes.
All right. You go in the house.
I think all of us went in the house.
Yes, all of you. And you look around wherever you want to look at.
Yes.
And you didn't have a search warrant, did you?
No, he volunteered
Right.
to let us in.
Right. And you looked wherever you wanted to go.
Well, sure.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And did you come back the next day?
I don't recall coming back the next day.
All right. And then after that, you went back to the house several times, you and other officers.
Yes.
All right. You requested the assistance of the TBI.
Yes.
All right. In fact, quite a team came and assisted you at the house, didn't they?
That's what the search warrant, yes.
Okay. And in fact, detailed notes and examinations were made by the TBI team and your team of the house while you were there.
The TBI conducted the examination.
And this went on for a number of days, didn't it?
I don't know. No, they didn't do that a number of days. They conducted their investigation that day that they did the search warrant.
Okay. And are you familiar with some diagrams and charts that were made of the house?
The TBI would have had those charts.
Right. But you also are the lead investigator, aren't you?
Yes.
And so you're talking to them, aren't you?
I'm talking to the agent that's on our area and assigned to our area.
Right. And you're there when they're there, aren't you?
I'm there when they're conducting the search.
Right. And you're familiar that detailed drawings are made of different things and parts of the house?
I didn't have their drawings, no.
Okay. Just one second.
Here come the drawings.
So you didn't examine those or anything?
No.
All right. And so, but the TBI did extensive swabs and testing in the house when they were there?
Yes, they did swabbing.
Wherever they chose to do it?
That's correct.
And you're with them while they're doing it?
Well, I'm there on the scene. I'm not on the heels every minute, but I'm there on the scene.
You can see them going around and doing a lot of different things in the house and outside the house.
That's correct.
All right. And this goes on for hours, you say, that day?
I think they were there several hours.
All right. And that was the TBI. Who was the agent in charge?
Nathan Bishop.
Okay. And you say Mr. Swift was there?
Yes, he was. He was at the residence.
All right. And so from that, the TBI, whatever swabs or tests they did, samples, they took those and submitted things for testing at the lab, didn't they?
That's correct.
And as lead investigating officer, you're familiar with that?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about some of them?
Yes.
Okay. And all the things that they tested that were in the house, whether it be in the garage, whether it be in different rooms of the house, the results came back, and you talked to the TBI about it?
Yes.
All right. And there was nothing of evidentiary value?
There was some evidentiary value, and there was, as it relates to blood, there was not.
Okay. All right. And numerous things were sent to the lab for testing, swabs and things.
That's correct.
And also, Karen's Morano was, you said it was processed, sent to the TBI and processed.
TBI processed it. That's
right.
Correct.
And there was no evidence of any blood or anything out of the ordinary in her car.
That's correct.
All right. And you said earlier the same thing about the house.
As it relates to blood, there was no blood.
And forensic evidence.
There was other evidence that was obtained by TBI.
Right. And you got those reports back?
Yes.
And you had access to them? Okay. Things like beer cans, swabs from the garage floor, swabs from any stain that was in the house, those were all taken?
Yes.
All right. Swabs from the molding in different rooms?
Out in the garage.
Right. Handkerchiefs, carpet, anything that had a stain?
There was no usable evidence.
But those things were
There was
swabbed
items
and tested.
taken. Yes, things was taken.
Okay.
Compare this witness's memory with any one of the Alberts from the Karen Reed trial.
And the things from the car could have been any sunglasses, toothbrushes, or cell phones that were recovered?
Out of the car?
Out of the car? Yes.
Yes.
All right. Any jackets or clothing that you found around the car or down it near the Mississippi River was tested?
Some clothing was found down near the Mississippi River. It was tested.
Right. The cell phones that were found in her cell phones that were found were tested.
That's correct.
They were tested for DNA.
That's correct.
They were tested for blood or any DNA type evidence.
We sent them to the lab for analysis.
Right. And David Swift's blood or DNA was not obtained from any of those.
Not to my recollection.
All right.
So in Tennessee, the witnesses bring their own evidence. Not sure why, but they bring their own reports.
David Swift's car was on his property, I guess, when you and law enforcement were there.
Yes.
And that was looked at and searched too.
That's correct.
All right. And there's no evidence of any blood or DNA evidence of Karen Swift.
That's correct.
All right. They indicated a struggle or a body had been transported.
No, we didn't detect that.
And the same thing with Karen's Murano.
That's correct.
All right. Any physical item, if it be clothing or boots or anything, was checked.
Physical items that we collected, yes, was checked.
That were anywhere near where the car was or her body was later found.
Items that we checked?
Yes.
There wasn't any items near her body other than what she had on.
All right. But any clothing near the Mississippi River and all that?
That was...
Your standard procedure was to check anything that was close by if there was anything.
We submitted those clothes for evidentiary for DNA purposes.
All right.
I guess he's done.
On the Swift property, there was a pool.
Yes, it was.
All right.
A pool.
The bleach bottles that you talked about in that earlier.
Correct.
You recall that?
Yes.
Those were tested also.
I'm not sure if they were or not.
All right. But those were things that you thought might possibly be evidence.
Well, after he had told us what he had done with them, that he had used the bleach to clean up the vomit in the garage.
But were they swabbed or tested?
Not that I recall.
All right, but you're not sure.
I'm not sure, but I don't ever remember us collecting that.
All right. They weren't collected?
No.
All right. You didn't deem it important to collect at that time?
No.
All right. You're looking for anything that's important?
Correct.
All right.
5 gallons of bleach to clean up.
You didn't stand over the officers while they're
After the
swabbing
dog?
everything, did you, though?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hogshooter, the prosecutor asked you about. You recall that?
Yes.
All right, let me just ask you a few things.
Mr. Hogshooter.
He was a possible suspect or person of interest?
He was looked at. That's correct.
In fact, the application was taken out by you about him, wasn't it?
Beg your pardon?
Was an application for a detailed records and a pen rester and trap and trace device taken out for him by you?
I'd have to see that to remember, sir.
Okay.
Hogshooter was the guy that allegedly poisoned the dogs. The Bonas were the ones that threw the hot tub parties. Two key families in this one. Think we can get a closer shot of the defendant. Seems a lot of useless space on the screen, Mr. Cameraman.
If I can approach.
Oh, here we go. Let's Cameron's playing with the fine-tuning on the focus. You're seeing his hair go in and out of focus.
Yes.
All right. Is your memory refreshed?
I remember doing that.
Okay. Can I have that back if you don't mind? Thank you. Is this an application that you took out, sir?
Yes.
And what was it for?
It was a phone record to see if we could locate anything that might have been evidentiary in this case.
Who was it for? Or what number was it for?
I think it's Ms. Hogshooter's number.
You think? Did you put him, him as a person of interest in this?
Say that again now.
Did you list him as a person of interest?
I thought that he might have been involved, so we thought he might have been a person of interest.
And this was dated November the 4th, 2011?
Yes.
Okay. And this is something that you signed and filled out the application?
That's correct.
All right. And you were trying to locate him?
We did locate him.
Okay. But you took this application out because you deemed it important enough to look at?
Well, in light of what had happened in the past, yeah.
All right. Now, you were aware of the poison dog incident.
Yes.
You were here when the officers testified, and Mr. Hogshooter was charged with that.
That's correct.
All right, and that occurred before this incident,
That's
October
correct.
the 30th.
That's correct.
Like a month before?
Something like that.
Okay. And Mr. Hogshooter's house was searched and photographed?
That's correct.
And he was employed as a contractor?
He was a contractor, yes, construction contractor.
And pictures were taken of his house which showed equipments, hammers, and screws?
There were photographs taken of the house.
It included, if he's a contractor, some of the materials that you saw in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Had a new roof on the house?
I think he was in the process of building that residence that he was living at or remodeling or something there. I can't recall.
Okay. And his vehicle was searched and pictures were taken of his tires?
Yes.
Okay. Anything around his property was photographed?
Yes.
All right. If there were some roofing shingles or building material located near his property or close to it, that would have been photographed?
Yes.
All right. The cell phones of Karen Swift that were recovered, his house is close to that location, isn't it?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. Hogshooter, he was interviewed.
He was interviewed.
You interviewed him.
I sat in on the interview with Investigator Gregory.
Right. And he indicated he was present at his house on October the 30th, that weekend, 2011.
And you're talking about interviewing for the dog poison, or you talking about the
I'm talking about, you interviewed him when you found him about the Karen Swift case.
He was interviewed, yes.
Yes. And isn't it true that he indicated to you and the other officer that he was at home during that weekend?
If my memory serves me correct, that he was at some type of camp church meeting or something like that.
Right. He indicated he was at home that weekend. Yes or no?
I don't recall him saying that he was at home.
Okay. All right.
Just to Grill Bacon, I just watched that. Is that from today? I might pull that one. Do you know what day that happened with Judge Simpson? And thank you for that tweet.
He was interviewed. There was an audio done.
Okay.
Was there?
I can't remember his audio or video, but it was recorded, the best I can remember.
Right.
Okay,
Would
that's
that
a
have
count.
been November the 6th of 2011?
Best I can remember.
That may be accurate.
All right.
Judge Simpson had somebody
If
with
I
a revoked
ask you
license
something
driving
to
on
refresh your
Zoom.
memory, would that help?
We'll pull it.
Sure.
All right. Can I ask you just to look at it?
Sure. Are you asking me, is this an interview of Mr. Hogshooter?
Yes. Does it refresh your memory?
It appears it may be an interview of his wife.
Okay. Can you pass me that back?
The wrong one. Gave him the wrong evidence.
Yes. Excuse me. That is my mistake.
Thank you, Amber. I hadn't watched yours yet, if you can't tell. Sorry.
Can I pass this? My apologies. Page 43, when you have a chance to get there, to refresh. Page 43.
Amber, the one you sent me, I looked at 159
While he's looking
on
at
yours.
that, let me see counsel
I
for
have to go
just a
back.
second.
It's negative 159, the other timer. Because I watched the one you sent me at the timestamp. I'm like, I don't know what this is about. But I just watched the same clip you sent me. If you go back, It's actually 4:22. 4 hours, 22 minutes in that I found it. So that makes sense. So yeah, we'll share that little clip from Cedric Simpson either tonight or tomorrow. Just got quiet in court as they approached. But Mathis, Just a Girl Baking, and Amber, thank you for sending that to me.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I found in there where he did say this was by Investigator Calvin Johnson.
Right. But you're the lead investigator, and you.
Yes, I saw where he said he was at home.
All right, and that was on November the 6th, 2011.
Yes.
And that was that Saturday night until October the 30th of 2011.
Yes.
All right, if I could have that back. You've been with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department, I guess, since that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this case has become an issue in the sheriff's race and the district attorney's office during this time?
Objection. You saw the prosecutor stand up.
Well, this seems like a good time to take an afternoon break. Why don't we do that? As you all can see, we've got a couple of things we need to do.
This might take a while.
For just a few minutes. So you all take a break, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay? All right.
The good thing about this for us, even though it causes a little delay in the court, is that there's a good chance that this argument will happen over the microphone so we can hear how this works out instead of at sidebar.
Okay, since we have the jury out, sounds like to me he needs to go ahead and let's see what the questions and the testimony is going to be, and then you can tell me whether you object or not to that. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Investigator, you've been with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department in all the years since then.
That's correct.
All right. There's been a lot of media attention and scrutiny about this case over the years.
Yes, there's a lot of media attention.
Right. In fact, signs were printed up and used in elections during this time at different times.
I'm not aware that I did that.
I'm not saying you did it, but those things have happened in Dyer County. You've seen that.
I saw signs in people's yards.
Okay.
Says justice for Karen.
All right. What about during the sheriff's race and the district attorney's race?
I wasn't involved in either of those races.
I know you weren't, but
I didn't run for those.
Did those become issues? Signs and during the campaign?
Mr. Taylor, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. All right. If he's not aware, then I'll stop there.
Yeah,
I don't think that should even be asked in front of the jury. Your Honor, basically what that is he's insinuating prosecutorial misconduct by me by saying that I brought this case and indicted this case for political purposes, for my own political gain. And Your Honor, I had gone through 2 elections. I was elected in 2018, and I did not prosecute this case or bring it in. I was elected in 2022. I did not bring this case before the election. As a matter of fact, if you look at the indictment, you'll see I intentionally waited until the election was over before I brought these charges to specifically keep from something like this happening. I would never use a case for political gain, and I think it's a slap in the face for Mr. Taylor to even think that he can come up here and tell a jury that I indicted Mr. with specifically for my own political gain.
Can I respond?
Yes, sir. Please do.
The fact that this case became an election issue, I think, is relevant to show pressure, to show that there's pressure on to solve this case. I'm not saying he committed anything misconduct. That's the whole reason why I'm bringing it up. I think it's proper to ask that question and leave it at that. This witness has indicated he doesn't have any knowledge. So
then what's the point in asking the question if he says he doesn't know?
I've just answered that, Judge. I said if he doesn't have any knowledge, then that's it. I'm not going to ask it in front of the jury.
You're what?
I'm not going to follow up on it in front of the jury.
But you're going to ask the threshold question that you did ask, and that is, were there signs up? Tell me again exactly.
Was this case brought up in the elections of the sheriff and the district attorney during this time frame? Okay. That's what I asked.
Okay.
I think it's...
And it's just not proper. He brought it up in opening, and I called it when he brought it up in opening. I didn't object that time. But, Your Honor, there is no way that something like that can be appropriate in a murder case to say that the only reason we did it was because of political pressure. There's no proof of that. There's no witnesses. The only one testifying is Mr. Taylor.
It's to show pressure to do something. I'm not saying it's inappropriate, but it became an election issue in both cases, in both races.
Well, here's the thing, Mr. Taylor, is if we know that if we know that the witness doesn't have any knowledge about the subject matter, what you're doing is asking the jury to make a wild guess about something that there's not going to be any evidence of. And to me, it seems unfairly prejudicial there.
Judge, I asked the question in front of the jury, and the prosecutor objected, and the investigator may have said something, and then the jury went out, and then Your Honor allowed me to follow up with my line of questioning. He doesn't have the knowledge, so obviously he says he doesn't have the knowledge, so I'm not going to follow up.
I think you're finished then.
Yes, sir. I'm not saying I'm not on this witness. Yes, sir.
No, I mean you're finished with that line of questioning.
Yes, sir.
We're not going back to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Are we clear as mud?
What do you think I need to do, if anything? I mean, he's saying he's not. There are no more questions about that.
There are no more questions. He actually did ask the question.
He did. There was not an answer given, so there's nothing for the jury to consider about the matter. Okay. All right. That's what we're going to do then. All right. Let's take a 10-minute break.
They say all rise, but it's just the judge who's leaving. So, let's see. This clock is manufactured by L'Oreal. And it looks to be fairly accurate even. They're 1 hour behind us. All right, this is funny because the DA literally he ran on this issue. I mean, as the prosecutor is saying, there were signs made about this case, about the unsolved murder in this case. And I'm not sure if it's the DA that had the signs up, or if it's more likely that it was the DA's opponent that had signs up. They're like, why re-elect this guy? He hasn't even solved these murders. You know, he's letting murderers run free. Something to that effect is probably what was up there. But the DA says that it makes it look like he did this just for political advantage, so he could say, yeah, I did prosecute, you know. And I'll just say this, and this is as far as we're going to go into the pickle realm. Most things that people do in politics are for political advantage. That's it. Getting spicy, and I love it, says the All We Are. Let's see. Evangeline Light says, I tell you, I'm on hyper mode. Maybe I need a cup of coffee. Yes, for those that are just joining who have been watching the closing arguments in the Daybell case, we're in a break right now. This trial, we just picked up, it had Yesterday we had the opening statements, but we watched those today, and then we caught up with live today of the first day of testimony. So we are live in this trial. This is out of Tennessee. It's Mr. David Swift is accused of murdering his wife Karen. They had issues. This is a marriage that was not sound. It was not firm. It had some strain and stress. And I believe at one point, both of them, there were allegations of both of them having extramarital affairs. They've been married twice. They got remarried on their anniversary. I'm not sure how many anniversaries down it was, but total 22 years they've been together. The spiciest bit of this trial is that David was brought down to the police station right after she goes missing. And he gets asked just a handful of questions. And he goes on a long spiel discussing all of his wife's flaws and all of her escapades and all of her entanglements and engagements with all the neighbors, apparently. So all the neighbors are involved. There's hot tubs. There's many times sans clothing. This last time, he retold the story to this other gentleman from TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. He told the story and said that he was also in the hot tub while this was going on. And he was trying to get his wife out of it. But, I mean, he's literally in the hot tub as well. Like he's all surprised that some people are not clothed, but he's part of the whole thing. I'm just saying, I don't think he's the choir boy he's presenting to the investigators that he is. So stream of consciousness like stories. Yes, and every time he pauses for a breath and the police are like, well, thanks for everything. You know, if you think of anything else, he's like, wait, there's more. There's more. And he comes up with more stories. And it's been crazy. Patricia, it just came up in the court case, and so we commented on what came up in the court case. I said that's as far as I'll go in it. Didn't even pick a side. Can watch tonight. Do we know where in Tennessee? Yes, we actually do. This case has moved. It was originally in Dyer County, and now it's in Dresden, Tennessee, in Weakley County. It was moved. It had a change of venue granted, so they're about 50 miles north of the original occurrence, but it was 13 years ago. Let's see. I feel like I need a hot tub now. Yes. There are some comments. You guys, be careful with some of the words you put in there. Yes, even though they're said on in the live stream, typing them in chat can cause problems for the channel. Small problems with monetization. I don't think anything else. But anyway, that's... So let's keep the chat clean, even if the testimony isn't. Anything else? What else do we have? How does anyone remember what happened 13 years ago? Evangeline, like having just come from the Karen Reed trial and heard the testimony from the Alberts and the McCabe's, who struggle at sometimes to remember what they were just asked 5 minutes ago. The testimony from these witnesses from 13 years ago without refreshing their recollections is astounding. It's unbelievable. Wow. I'm floored. I didn't think people could remember that long ago after the Karen Reed case, but they seem to have a good memory. And I like a lot of these guys. The accent sounds very just matter of fact. They just sound like good people. Good people. And they're fun to listen to. Let's see. I guess you can remember what happens in the hot tub. It must be something about the temperature. Don't see the reason he had to bring up finding her underwear in the floorboard of the vehicle either. What a jerk. I think what the prosecutor is suggesting is that the boots and the mini skirt and possibly the underwear were planted as part of furthering the story. That seems to be what I'm hearing from the prosecutor. But we've already had a juror fall asleep, so you never know. We might have a juror excused for this. Don't know how many jurors there are there. I'm not sure if we have anybody who wants to try to pop into the courtroom for this one. But it was the underwear with the divorce papers. No, Stephen, he said he found a pair of her underwear underneath the driver's seat. I won't go into the details, but his divorce paperwork was in his car under the spare tire for safekeeping, I think. A juror fell asleep during the testimony, yes. And the judge told the other jurors to elbow them or cough. Let me see if during the break we might be able to play this Judge Simpson bit for you. Just 1 minute. Let me see if I can pull it up in time before they come back. Just 1 second here. Share to my MacBook Pro. Yeah, I teased this little video that Amber and just the girl baking sent me, and Mathis as well. Give me just 1 second to get it pulled up. Let's see. It's tricky. I'm gonna say no. I can't show it right now because I need to reconfigure which system's showing what to make it work. But we'll get to it. We'll play that eventually. We'll show you. It's a funny Judge Simpson moment. It made the news. CBS ran with it on Twitter. Sounds like he's talking about childish behavior. He is. All his spying and his I caught her doing this. When I went to Kathy's house, I'd go around the side and sort of peek back there and see what's happened. I saw these people naked in the hot tub. Yeah, this guy is a creep. This intolerant. This is quite new. He's been out on bond since the end of last year. He was indicted at the end of last year. That's my phone ringing, and his phone rings during his interviews too. Karina, last tweet I saw, the Scott Peterson hearing was not being allowed to be recorded. Even camera or news people who went in were allowed to bring their phones in, but they had to have painter's tape over the lenses of their camera. So the judge is guarding that, but at the same time, the court has a recording that might be released after the hearing's over. I think News Nation has promised they're going to have that, so we'll watch for them when Brian Enton and the like might have that soon. How do you just happen to catch someone in a hot tub? He was good at it. He knew what a hot tub was and knew where he had to peek around the bushes to catch people. I'm not sure how long it'll be before that video is released. It might be through a FOIA request. I've looked at, it's San Mateo County, I believe it is, and they're a pain in the hindquarters, as far as records request goes and costs and everything else. It probably is not going to be cheap to get the video, and it probably will not be easy to get the video. But if anybody can get it, I think News Nation can. So it will come out eventually, and News Nation should have the whole thing. Okay. Remember, this guy said that he and another person were more or less left out of the hot tub parties. Well, yeah, he was shunned after he disagreed with how the hot tub parties ended with indoor activities. He was shunned and not invited anymore. What's behind quarter? Ask a butcher. Would be able to put up a verdict watch clock when they're done with the dealings on Daybell. That will be a little tricky. Let's see. Give me just 1 second and see if I can do that. Big truck outside. Looking for my mouse. There it is. Hang on 1 second while I try to get this pulled up. That's not it. So I may be able to put up a counter. It's tricky because I'm running what's called a downstream keyer on multiple streams at the same time. So I'll have to have a separate window overlaid with the downstream keyer on Top Mark, but I think I can do it. I just need to know when to start it. Since we're in break, I'll do a quick check over there. Sorry. Let's see. Let's do... Okay. We're going to add StreamYard. Enter Studio. Present, share screen, stopwatch. Well, that doesn't work very well. I thought that would work, but it didn't. It'll be too tricky. I don't think I can do it. Sorry about that. All right. let's see where we are. We've got just a couple moments here. They're coming back in 7 minutes. Defense will do their closing and then rebuttal. I'll keep a timer going. Yeah, still let me know. I'll keep the timer going. If we end trial here and they keep going, which is most likely because Idaho was a couple hours later than us, then it'll work out. We'll get it. I can put it on the screen. I just can't do it at the same time. I can't share two windows at the same time. We can't go on faster speed. We are caught up to current right now, unfortunately. I'll have the buffer sound, at least the volume turned up on Amber. If you let me know when it's time to start the timer, I'll do that. We'll be pretty close to accurate. Steven says, you all should create a GoFundMe to buy me a hot tub on my birthday. It's Juneteenth. All right. June 19th, Steven wants a hot tub for those that are in the giving mood. Of course, I don't want any invites to the party. Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate it. Where are we on Swift? This is my next trial, too. I need to get caught up. Okay, gossip, rumor, and innuendo. Oh, my goodness. Kathy, this one is a it's a firecracker. It'll catch you off guard unless you've done some research on this. I had not. I literally thought we were just taking just a plain old murder case. Nothing weird other than it was a cold case. And then the testimony from the defendant, as he's interviewed twice in the police station, just get ready, buckle up. It's a lot. It's a lot and a lot and a lot. You'll love it or hate it, one of the two. But good to have you here, Kathy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great. You've done your research. Okay, you know what's coming then. Don't say you haven't been warned. Yeah, it'll give you some content for sure. All right, still waiting for them to come back. We are at our Once Upon a Time counter is at 4 times that people have said something to the effect of, this was a long time ago, I don't recall because of how long it's been, or if my memory is correct from so long ago, something along those lines. Every time somebody does that, usually a witness, a judge, or the attorneys, then we're going to count it. You should know at this point there's no normal case anymore. Where's just the straight murder trial gone? A little 3-day murder trial. Lenova, thanks for covering and watching cases with us. Lenova, thank you, and thanks for your support. You have been extremely supportive, both on this channel through super stickers like that and membership, as well as through some direct donations via Cash App. So I appreciate that. Casey, doesn't include kids. There were kids at the time. This was 13 years ago. So if the kids testify, they're going to be adults now. So I don't know. Been on holidays. How is Karen Reed's trial going? Novell Leo, this is Karen Reed's trial. Because of scheduling, they are not going to be having trial for the rest of this week in the Karen Reed trial. We have half a day of video to catch up. We haven't caught up with live, and we're going to stay a little bit behind. So the next day that they have trial in Karen Reed's trial, we're going to catch up on our 24-hour behind sort of timing, court timing. So in that trial, the Karen Reed trial, they still have not had the prosecutor, the main investigator on the stand. Wow. Crazy stuff. Looking at weather videos that are being tweeted right now. All right, where were we? Sorry, I get lost on watching Twitter. So the Karen Reed trial is incredibly spicy, incredibly interesting. Looks like we're back in this one. It's a good-sized courtroom here. A larger one than we're used to recently. Much bigger than the Karen Reed courtroom.
Okay, we ready for the jury now?
We are, Judge.
State, ready? Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in if they're ready.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just the horizon's off by about a degree on this camera. Just like the picture is rotated counterclockwise 1 or 2 degrees.
He does. Hear me?
Commonwealth doesn't plan to call Michael Proctor, the lead state police investigator, to the stand. Seems very odd. He's on their list. But if he doesn't call, they don't call, it'd be interesting, because defense will. And it'll be a hostile witness. Thanks for 6 months, Intolerant, and congratulations on the Yellow Courthouse.
Officer, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Most importantly, can y'all hear me?
I can
Have
hear
y'all
you.
been able to hear me this whole time? I'll try to speak louder if not, okay? Officer, let me go back just a few more questions. Was any chemical testing done at Mr. Hogshooter's house?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. And the Hogshooter residence, was it in close proximity to the Swift house?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified, in fact, you played the interviews from these 2 days.
Of Mr. Swift's interviews?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And he was asked a lot of questions and things, a lot of discussion about where he had been Saturday. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. He indicated he was at the skating rink with his daughter and another girl. Is that correct?
Yes, I recall that.
And did you seek to verify and find proof of that?
I believe my investigators followed up on that. I directly didn't.
And was that confirmed?
Yes.
All right. And he also indicated that he went to Walmart with his daughter.
Yes.
All right. And was that confirmed?
Yes.
In fact, wasn't a videotape obtained of that?
Yes.
All right. And it did show Mr. Swift and his daughter at Walmart?
That's correct.
All right. And it showed him with his crutches walking different places in the store?
Well, the video I recall seeing him at the cash register with his crutches.
Okay. And what about at the mall?
I don't recall seeing a video of him being at the mall.
Right. But was it verified? Do you know whether or not it was verified he was at the mall?
I think they did follow up with it.
And it was confirmed or not?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, there was never any introduction or proof of any marks or scratches on David Swift from October the 30th or the 31st, was there?
No.
All right. He was interviewed both days.
That's correct.
He was interviewed, that afternoon after the car was reported.
The officers did, yes.
Yeah. In fact, he testified, and he verified that there were no marks or scratches.
I didn't see anything like that on his body.
But you're an investigator.
That's correct.
All right. You indicated when the prosecutor asked you that there were swabs from her body and fingernail clippings.
That's correct.
All right. And the fingernail clippings, is that done to indicate DNA or tissue underneath her fingernails?
That's correct.
All right. And there was no evidence of any of David Swift's DNA or blood?
That's correct.
All right. You mentioned the bleach, and you didn't think enough on the interview to even ask him about that, did you, in the video interviews?
No, I did not.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Do you call when the pictures of the bleach were taken?
I think it's during the first search warrant.
And that was November 7th?
Yes.
And when did you interview Mr. Swift?
I had to refer back, counsel, to the date, but it was.
Was it prior to the TBI
Yes.
search warrant?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. You can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Jason Page might be the next witness. There's something similar to that.
Mr. Bach, tell me again what the name is.
Jason Page, P-A-G-E.
Thank you.
Jason Page, P-A-G-E. Next witness. I don't know where the witnesses are. They're way down the hall. It takes a minute for them to get here. Mathis, thank you very much for the tip on the Judge Simpson video. We're going to show that probably tomorrow morning, I'm guessing. It's really short. It's just a couple minutes. I think it's page, like turn the page. Here I am on the road again. There I am up on stage. Turn the page.
So you're Jason Page?
I am.
You're a trooper with the Highway Patrol?
Yes.
Were you employed as a trooper with the Highway Patrol on October 30th, excuse me, in October, November of 2011?
I was.
Okay, were you asked to participate in a search for Karen Swift?
Yes, I was sent to Dyer County.
Okay, were you in what they called the strike team back then?
At that time I was, yes, sir.
Okay, and when you were helping perform these searches, did you come across any evidence while you were searching through the fields?
I found 2 cell phones in a abandoned lot that I thought were odd.
Okay, and what did you do when you saw those cell phones?
I just contacted the sheriff's department, who was head of the investigation, and they came down and
they took it from there?
They took it from there because we were searching for a missing person at that point.
Okay, pass the witness.
That's it. Other trials, we'd still be talking about his experience and training.
We've met before, Mr. Page.
Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
All right. You were assisting along with other officers.
Yes, there were multiple troopers there and deputies, and yes.
All right. And y'all did things like form a line to see what could be found?
I was there multiple days, but as the strike team searching, we would just show up at a certain time, and they would give us a grid. I don't know who set those. It was up or above me, and
right.
We would just get in viewing distance of each other and walk, pretty much.
And how many officers you think were involved with you, just roughly?
I mean, there's 2 strike teams for the Highway Patrol in West Tennessee, the Jackson and Memphis, and there's 10 to 15 people on each team. So I don't know the exact number of that day because we were there. I don't even know how many days I went.
Was it more than one day?
I believe so.
And could it have been 3 or 4 days?
It could have been because we did some searching, if I remember correctly, around the Great River Road, the Lake Dyer County line in that area.
All right. And and your involvement is you happen to be the one in line that found the cell phones.
Basically, that's it. Yes.
And basically, you alerted somebody, and they took photographs. You didn't take photos.
I did not. No.
And then they retrieved them and did what else?
I mean, I would guess somebody would retrieve them and take them as evidence.
All right. Were dogs involved any of the times you were there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. And was the team there for several hours each day?
Yes, it would have been all day long, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to count that not remembering how many people or how many days as a once upon a time. Next witness, we're flying through them. This trial's slated for 2 weeks. I think it'll be less than that. We don't have any training experience. We don't know if they got trained at the Las Vegas week-long detective school. We don't know anything about these guys.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Another state trooper.
So you are Sergeant Jason Gossley,
Yes,
and you were with the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
that's right.
How long have you been with the Highway Patrol?
Over 20 years, about 20 years, 5 months.
Okay. So you were with the Highway Patrol in November of 2011, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you on duty on November 7th, 2011?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what unit you were assigned to then?
I was assigned to our critical incident response team. It's a unit that's within our Special Investigations Bureau.
Okay. And could you tell us what the critical incident response team does?
So, critical incident response team is available to help all troopers and other agencies with crash reconstruction mainly, but we also do crime scene investigation documentation.
Okay. Did you have the occasion on November 7th of 2011 to travel to Dyer County, Tennessee?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that trip?
That trip was made to document the scene where the vehicle was located on Millsfield Highway, and the location of the cell phones that were found, and also the property, the Swift's property.
Okay. What did you do when you arrived in Dyer County that day?
I believe we met with Investigator McCright at the site on Millsfield Highway and reviewed that area with Mr. McCright, and he took us and showed us where the cell phones were found, and then ultimately we made our way down to the Swift's residence.
Okay. Did you map all of these areas that day?
We did. Initially, it was requested that we map the areas individually to document where these items were located. Once we arrived on the scene and saw the close proximity of everything, we made the decision to just go ahead and tie the roadway into all of that. So Millsfield Highway, down Harness Road to where the phones were located, then back down Harness Road to the Swift's residence.
Okay. Did you use some sort of equipment or computer program to do this mapping?
Yeah, so it's basically survey equipment, what you would see at a job site, or when they're building a roadway, it's called a total station. And it's a very accurate way of measuring. It's a laser-based measuring system.
Okay. I'm asking the bailiff to hand you a map. It's the road. That's not it. Oops, not it. Not it. Not it. That's it. You passed it. You recognize that,
That's not it.
sir?
I do.
Okay, you tell the jury what that is.
So this is a scale diagram created in AutoSketch software, and this is accomplished through the use of the total station and a data collector. So we go out to the scene and set the total station up and take multiple shots with the total station to different points. Those points are depicted on here now as a line drawing, but all of the data that's collected is imported into the AutoSketch system and used to complete the line diagram and complete it to scale.
Okay. It has some distances included in the little inset box there. Do those have a margin of error?
They do. The device is, like I said, it's a survey grade device, so it's within an inch of accuracy.
Okay. And you said that this is to scale. So is there the little inset box on the bottom right? Does that have any significance when you're telling the jury it's to scale?
Yes. It's hard to see, but there's a scale bar located there, and if you take that scale bar, transfer it anywhere in the diagram, that's what the measurement would be.
So is the map that you created a true and accurate map of the area and the items that you were pointed out to that day?
That is correct.
I asked that it be made an exhibit to your testimony.
I'm going to say number 9. Helen, what do you say?
Number 9. Okay. Same question, Your Honor, or excuse me, Mr. Sergeant Gossley. Did you have the occasion to again visit Dyer County in August 2012?
Yes.
Okay, and were you requested to return, or why were you requested to return then?
We were requested to return to an area there, I believe that's also on Harness Road, where Miss Swift's remains were located.
Bailiff's handing you another map. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell the jury what's that map of.
Okay, so the same thing is an auto sketch diagram, same principles. We use the total station to map different points around the property, and then those points are imported into the auto sketch software to complete the line diagram.
Okay. Would you also make that an exhibit to your testimony today? And is that also to scale?
That is to scale, yes.
Number 10.
And, Your Honor, if we could publish those to the jury.
Well, number 9 and 10 go
Yes.
to the jury.
You pass the witness.
So this guy has a gold
Mr.
badge.
Taylor, let's
The
wait a
prior guy
second and
had
let the two
a
exhibits
silver
be passed
badge.
to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it a rank thing? Which version? The jury is doing a pass around the picture exercise. I see 3 people in the courtroom that were wearing assisted listening devices. I wonder if it's hard to hear in there. That little necklace thing with the black box at the bottom. Those are headphones you can put on so you can hear better. And the gentleman with the blue shirt on the far left corner and back, he's got one. The gentleman with the suit coat. Possibly both the gentlemen at the very back. In the same row as or just in front of the lady with the green shirt. Well, 2 green shirts. I like the green, how it matches with the lights, too. There's a green marker on the floor, too. Did anyone notice that? Somebody dropped a highlighter. Okay, if somebody trips on that green highlighter, I get bingo. Hard to hear because of the fans. there's a lot of noise. You can see that big vent at the back corner. It's probably a huge air handler that is cooling this, although they do a very good job, and probably why everyone's wearing coats as well. It's nice and cold, but it's noisy. Green may be a favorite color of the victim. Does anyone know? It's a yellow highlighter. Very quiet courtroom. Oh, we're going to test the zoom on the camera lens again. See how tight we can get. Zoom all the way in, get a good focus. It was a Carhartt jacket. I see the logo there. There's the focus. Look at his, watch his hair go in focus and out of focus. Problem is he's playing with a digital servo for the focus and trying to get it precise. You don't want the bottles in focus because they're actually a couple feet in front of the defendant. You want it so that his eyes just pop, and that draws your attention there. So now he's blurry. A little better. Oh, eye contact uncomfortable. I glanced away. I glanced away. This is the Carhartt Justice line. Available in black and orange, right? Oh, man. What we do know is that the defender is a public defender, and he, in his statement, just pre-trial statement. Actually, we skipped it. I listened to it, but I didn't play it for you guys. He made a comment. He's like, "Judge, you assigned me to this case, so I'm going to try to just do it the way I think." And it almost came across as like I would never have picked this case as a lawyer. Okay, so he has like zero faith in the outcome for his client. But he's like, you assigned me this case, so I have to do it. I'm going to do it the way I see fit.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Judge, could I use Exhibit 9 to hand back to the officer?
Yes, sir.
To hand to the officer? Okay. Thank you, sir.
He's got 3 bottles.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Exhibit 9 is, I guess, the evidence where you have it marked on there, area where evidence was located. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that referred to the cell phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that on your diagram where there's sort of a trees drawn in near the abandoned driveway?
That's correct.
All right. I know you have like a little arrow, but would you mark an X at the bottom?
Certainly.
Do you have a pen?
I do not.
There's one on the ground. Oh, now he has a pen.
And let me just ask you a few more questions. You can refer to Exhibit 9. Willie Johnson Road sort of runs into Harness Road.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind moving closer to the microphone just a little bit? I'm not one to say people need to be louder, but I don't know. And then the area where the trees are, where the cell phones were found, you characterize it as an abandoned driveway.
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't draw like structures that were close to that end, did you?
No, sir.
Do you recall a structure being next to those trees?
There was.
Like a house?
I believe it was, yes.
Right. Was that near the trees?
It was, yes, sir.
All right. And did you take photographs of this area to assist with this?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, did you review your photographs?
Yes, as part of the drawing process.
All right. Do you know what the address was that was the area near where the evidence was located?
I do not.
All right. Can I pass this to the officer?
You finished with Exhibit 9?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay, sorry.
I will give it back.
No problem.
You still have Exhibit 9?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recognize that photograph?
I didn't take the photograph. I recognize where it is.
Okay. Now, the area near the trees, do you see that structure, a house on that photograph?
No.
You're not sure?
No, it's not there.
Okay. Do you see the area where the abandoned driveway is?
No.
All right. Do you see the Swift residence on there?
I do.
Okay. And okay. All right. If you could hand me back my photograph. But you didn't write down the address of the structure that is near the trees.
It was abandoned.
Okay. It was a house.
Yes.
It was it looked like it was not completed, or?
I do not recall.
Okay, that's fair. Now, let me see if there's anything else.
I do not recall. It was once upon a time. Probably not. We need more. It was a long time ago.
Okay. Thank you, officer. Now, what you've drawn on there, I don't know. We can hold it up in front of the jury, or they can look at it again if they want to. Okay. I'm fine with just walking in front of the jury if anybody wants to look at it.
Mr. Swift.
The area where the cell phones were found. So.
Sliding key evidence over for the attorney. The body was found by hunters. Don't step on that pen.
And before I do sit down, can I pass you one more photograph?
Yes, sir.
I ask you to recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the abandoned roadway on there, driveway on there?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind taking the officer's pen and marking that on there?
Certainly.
Yes. Just how about an X on that one?
Yes, sir.
And would you draw an O on the...
Why don't you mark it with that, officer, so we can see?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Draw an X,
An
draw an
X
O.
where you see the abandoned driveway on the actual photograph.
He's trying to beat you at
And
tic-tac-toe.
that's a
Don't
true
fall
and
for
accurate
this.
picture of that area from what you recall?
That is correct.
All right. Do you also see the structure that's near the abandoned driveway?
I can't make it out in the picture, sir.
All right. Can I pass this to the officer to see if it refreshes his recollection?
It's not a recollection issue. The picture doesn't show it.
the structure near the abandoned driveway?
It's an aerial photograph.
I can't make out a structure in the picture. I know the area where it, you know.
Do you see the area on the map? On the photograph, excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Would you mark that where you believe it is?
As a Sharpie?
Okay. And is what you marked your true and accurate recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you mind passing it to me?
The jury has to see it or it does no good.
Where you marked the X is where you recall the structure being?
It appears to be in that area, yes, sir.
Okay. And it's on both maps that you marked the X?
Yes, that area is in both photographs.
Okay.
The first photo you asked me to identify the driveway.
All right. And you marked that with the X?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that, Your Honor, I would request that this one here be exhibit number 11.
Okay, won't you hand it to the officer and we'll go ahead and get it marked?
If you left at 1, you missed the second interview, which was pretty much a repeat of the first. A couple more details offered there, but not much. It was almost a replay. Okay, camera zoomed out right there because the rules of the court say you're not supposed to record the defendant and their conversations, no close-ups of the defendant, their conversations when they're talking to their attorneys. That was why the zoom out happened.
I hand you this, and this is the area where you marked the abandoned driveway. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I asked if that be exhibit 11.
All right, let's go ahead and mark it.
And if I could pass this to the officer, we can pass both of them at the same time, I guess, to the jury if they want to. Where you marked on this one, which will be exhibit 12, is that X mark where the house, you believe the house was?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked that be the next exhibit.
Any objection? We'll go ahead and admit it as number 12. You won't pass those to the jury now?
Yes.
The pen's still on the floor. He has not picked it up. It looks like it got kicked, though. At the end of the second one, as he's leaving, the witness, the end of the second interview, the witness sort of did some fishing for, so where's the investigation at? You got any leads type thing? As he was headed out the door. That was the only interesting part, but they didn't draw attention to that. He's going to slip on that pen on the floor. Here it goes right here. Nope. There goes that tight close-up. Play with the focus a bit. So we can see each strand of hair. I give the cameraman a hard time, but this is being done on a pan-tilt zoom camera. There's not a person sitting there. It's a camera that's remotely controlled. And so it is tricky to get it exact, especially when you're dealing with electric servos for focus. Remote electric servos. Oh, eye contact. Look away. Look away. Don't let him catch us looking at him. Oh. The jury's given time to view each of these because apparently Elmos have not made it to Tennessee yet. We thought they were in every courtroom across the country, but not here. Bleach X, congratulations on the new job. Hopefully they do allow you to have a little distraction going while you work. Second interview second interview was interrupted by a sleeping juror, and the judge had everyone stand up and instructed the jurors to cough or elbow if they saw the person next to him sort of drifting off. I need that sometimes. I need one of you to sit next to me and just wham, elbow to the ribs, wake up. I actually like this courtroom. Aside from the 60 hertz hum that we get over the audio.
If I could pass back Exhibit 9 to be given to the court reporter.
I even like the faint echo we have.
Yes. That's all the questions I have.
All right.
Did you take those pictures?
I did not.
Do you have any way of knowing when they were taken?
I do not.
Redirect.
You stated they appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you saw.
They're true and accurate depictions of the area, yes.
Anything else? No. Trooper, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trooper, release.
Yes.
All right.
Agent Carla Rexing, R-E-X-I-N-G.
Ma'am, you are Carla Rexing.
Yes.
Okay, would you please state your employment?
I'm a special agent with the FBI's Memphis division as part of the Nashville Resident Agency, which is a satellite office out of our Memphis office.
And what unit are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to what's called the CAST unit. I've been in that program since 2015, and as well as my regular duties of a special agent. I work violent crimes and cyber intrusions.
Okay, and what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Accounting and a Master of Engineering in Civil Engineering and Geographic Information Systems.
What does your day-to-day duties consist of in the Bureau?
So primarily as a special agent, I'm assigned to a cyber squad currently, so working network intrusions. But as a collateral duty, as part of the CAST unit, I look at cell phone records on a pretty weekly basis, I would say.
Okay. And what do you do what's the purpose of looking at those cell phone records?
So the CAST unit specializes in historical cell site analysis, and so those records that I look at are typically for trying to give a general geographic area where a cell phone was. I utilize this in a historical manner as far as placing devices near a crime scene, for example, or utilize these records during Amber Alerts, or to find missing hikers in national park areas, as an example.
Okay, and do you have training in cellular record analysis?
I do. So as I mentioned before, I started with the CAST program, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I started that in 2015. As part of that certification process, you have to go through certain courses and take tests and pass those tests in order to become certified to conduct historical cell site analysis. So I've received several hundred hours of training in radio frequency theory, cellular networks, as well as phone records themselves from both private and government contractors.
Okay. Are you certified in those types of areas?
I am, yes.
Okay, tell us what you're certified in, just so I...
So the certification is to conduct historical cell site analysis. And as part of the CAST unit, we utilize that analysis for three primary purposes. One being to locate missing people through real-time or historical analysis, to provide training to our state and local law enforcement partners, and then to provide expert witness testimony.
Okay, that was my next question. Do you provide training to others in this area?
I do. I teach courses primarily in the Southeast region.
In your job, do you utilize these CDRs? Okay, you already answered that. I'm sorry. How many times do you think you've performed real-time CDR analysis? Or real-time historical cell site analysis, I misspoke.
So since 2015, I've processed and analyzed in excess of 1 million phone records and have found hundreds of devices utilizing this technique.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert witness before?
I have, yes.
Okay, were you declared an expert in the field of historical cellular port analysis in those courts?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall how many times?
About 10 or 11 times so far.
Okay. Your Honor, I asked the witness, or does defense wish to order the witness? No, sir. Okay, I asked that she be declared an expert in the field of historical cellular record analysis.
I'm writing that down so I don't forget it. Mr. Taylor, would you like to examine the witness with respect to qualifications?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Court will accept the witness as an expert in the area of historical cellular
record
analysis. Couldn't read my own writing. Sorry.
Okay. It's kind of a confusing topic, so let's start with the basics. Please tell the jury, what is a cell phone?
So cell phones are radios, and they communicate with cell phone
Please tell
towers
the
via
jury.
radio frequency. And so your phone is programmed to listen to those frequencies. So it's very similar to the radio in your car. You have stations or frequencies like 99.5 or 102.5 if you wanted to change the station. The only difference is your phone can talk back. And so your phone is constantly scanning the towers in the area. That way, when a phone call or text message, for example, is made, a record is generated with the cell phone company.
Okay, and you mentioned cell tower. Describe what a cell tower is for us.
So a cell tower is a location where electronic communications equipment and antennas are mounted in order to allow for the use of wireless communication devices.
And how does a cell phone engage a tower?
So the very simplistic way that I explain this is your cell phone is either in a single mode or a married mode. So in single mode, your phone is, you're not making a call or text, it's scanning the available cell towers in the area, trying to figure out which one has the best and clearest signal. So when you're ready to make a call or a text message, for example, then your phone enters into married mode because it knows which one, based on scanning the network, has the best and clearest signal.
Okay. What is historical
I'm in married
cell site
mode,
analysis?
just so you know.
So by law, the cell phone providers have to maintain records of users on their network. And so historical cell site analysis is just analyzing those records that are maintained by the providers.
Okay, what kind of records do you look at?
So I look at what are called call detail records, or CDRs, and other engineering type reports, which will be referred to later on as time in advance records.
In layman's terms, what are CDRs, call detail records?
So CDRs are very similar to the old paper billing statements that we used to receive in the mail for our phone calls. It would tell us the who, what, and when. It would tell you if you made a phone call, at what time you made that phone call, and the duration. The only difference in those billing statements versus CDRs is the when. So the call detail records provide us the tower and the side of the tower that the phone connected to when an event happens, such as a phone call or a text.
I think phones can
And what do
elope
you do with
too.
those records when you have them?
But if the parent phone doesn't approve
So in
of the
addition
elope, then they
to
rehome the
CDRs,
phone.
the providers also maintain a list of all the tower locations of the towers in their network. And so historical cell site analysis is simply acting as a Google translator by taking those CDRs, marrying them up with the tower list, and providing a geographical representation of where a phone could be at a given date and time.
I have to ask, what's on her mind?
Some phone records in this case.
Everything is marriage.
I was, yes.
Marriage analogy.
Do you recall the numbers that you were asked to examine? What would be?
They ended in 1577 and 5549.
Okay, for clarity, I'll tell you that it's been established, it's not disputed, the 5549 number was the victim, Karen Swifts, and the 1577 number was the defendant. Were you asked to review records for a particular time period?
Yes, for October of 2011.
Okay, and did you prepare a report on your findings?
I did, yes.
Ask you to either look up there or there.
Going from married mode to single mode on a phone is very expensive.
Is that the first page of your report?
I do, yes.
Okay, go to page 2. All right, would you tell us about your introduction on this?
So this slide just goes over a little bit of background about the request. So in this particular case, I was asked to analyze 2 particular phone numbers in a given time period. It also goes into the methodology that I briefly explained before on marrying up those call detail records with the tower list to provide a general geographic area of where a cell phone could be at a given date and time.
And could you tell us about this slide, explain how sectors and orientation come into play with your analysis?
So this slide, on the left-hand side of the page, there are 2 graphics. The top graphic is what a typical cell tower would look like. It's on a large pole. Sometimes cell towers can have antennas affixed to sides of buildings, and so that's also considered a cell tower. On the right side of the screen, you'll see another graphic with a circle divided into 3 pie wedges. And so that's a top-down view of a typical cell tower. A typical cell tower is broken up into 3 different sectors. And so typically the sector 1 faces in the north direction and covers about 120 degrees of a 360-degree circle. Sector 2, which is the blue shaded area, typically faces in the south-southeast direction, while Sector 3, the green shaded area, typically faces in the south-southwest direction.
A little note on the bottom.
And in addition to the tower location and the side of the tower that's utilized in a transaction, our phone records will give us what is called an azimuth, which splits each of those sectors down the middle. So for example, Sector 1, if the azimuth on the records indicated 0 degrees, we know that you'd go 60 degrees to the right and to the left to give you your 120-degree wedge of coverage.
Okay, and were some records submitted to you to help you prepare your report?
Yes.
Okay, would you describe what kind of records were submitted to you?
There were call detail records, some of which did not have cell site information associated with them, some data session records, as well as time in advance records.
Okay, do you recall what company they were from?
Verizon.
Okay, and what format were they submitted to you in?
They were given to me in Excel format, which is typical of Verizon.
Is that for the RTT?
Yes, so RTT is also referred to as a time in advance records, yes.
Okay, and did you also examine a 3G record?
I did. 3G is a type of technology. In this particular case, they were 3G data sessions.
Okay, was 3G common back in 2011 when this event occurred?
Yes, it was.
Okay, can you go to 4? Okay, can you explain this slide for us and tell us how you how you make your maps for your illustrations?
So this slide is going to refer to the graphics that you'll see later in the report. So you can see that in the 3 graphics on the top, you have the 2 arms that extend out with a small shaded area in between those. So that just indicates that that was the particular tower and side or sector of the tower that was utilized in the transaction. And the shaded area in between those 2 extended arms doesn't indicate the coverage area of that cell tower. It's just telling you what direction that it's facing. You'll see the graphic in the middle has something that looks similar to a rainbow or hot dog looking arc. So what those records will represent are RTT or time in advance records. And so what I mean by time in advance records are a special engineering type report that contains data that is collected independent of you actually using your phone for a call or text message as an example. So the RTT is a distance measurement from the tower that the network thinks that your phone is located at. And how that distance is derived is the time that it takes from the signal from the cell tower to get to your phone and back. And so what these records tell us is they can narrow down the area of where a cell phone could be at a given date and time. And so these records are necessary in order for a cell phone network to function properly. It allows each of your phones to have a certain time slot on the network to avoid collisions or dropped calls. So if there was a fire alarm that went off right now and everybody tried to exit the courtroom at the same time, there would be collisions, people would get hurt. If I gave each of you a number and you exited the courtroom in that number order, everybody would get out in that order in a more safe and efficient manner. So that's very similar to how the phone network works. Everybody has to have a certain time slot on the network. So the last part of this slide at the bottom is just a call out box that gives you information about the particular record.
Okay, and it says it gives you the date and the time, and it says distance from the tower. How is that distance from the tower ascertained?
That's the distance that the network believes that the device is located at, and it is collected based on those time in advance measurements from the time it takes for the signal to get from the tower to the phone and back.
Okay, and you have some locations, times of interest on here. How did you, how were you able to ascertain those?
These were provided to me by another law enforcement agent.
Okay. And they include the victim's residence, the intersection of Millsfield Harness where we know the victim's car was found. You have
I would ask if it would not leave and ask questions.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I was trying to move quickly. The locations of interest you said were provided from another law enforcement agency, and I guess the jury has a second. Let them read them for themselves instead of me reading them for them. All right. Can we go to page 6 if you get a chance? Okay. Can you explain the map that we see here?
This is a geographic overview of the area of interest with the locations of interest as well as the cell towers of the Verizon network during the time frame of review, which are indicated by the red circles.
Just out of curiosity, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cell phone towers in this entire, or approximately 10, I may have missed one. If we looked at the similar map today, would there be more towers on? Would you expect to see more towers on the map?
Not necessarily. There are more densely populated areas of cell towers as you would get to maybe Memphis or Jackson, but cell tower networks are designed to provide some overlapping coverage area based on the users in their network. So there hasn't been a ton of changes to this particular network over the last 10 years as far as new constructed towers.
Okay. Go to page 7, please. All right. first, can you tell us what this slide is telling us about?
So these are the cell site activations for the red phone ending in 1577 on October 29th, 2011 from 9:59 to 11:16 a.m. These are all time in advance records, so these are the signal measurements that are independent of whether or not your phone is making a call or text. So you can see there you have those hot dog looking arcs between that time frame, which is an indication that the device is somewhere within those rainbow hot dog arcs.
Do the differing colors of red and pink, do they have a significance?
No, it's just indicating the distance variance. So the distances there range from 0.02 miles to 0.24 miles.
Okay. So that would indicate that between 9:59 a.m. and 11:16 a.m. that morning of the 29th, the defendant's device was in this area.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a distinction that you like to make between those two things? As far as, I guess what I'm asking is, can you tell if a person is in a certain area, or are you only able to tell if their device is in a certain area?
This is only for the device.
Okay. So if someone leaves their phone at home, perhaps their device might still be connecting to towers, and it would appear that they were at home, but when they possibly could not be.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to page 8? Okay. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
These are cell site activations for the red phone on the 29th of October from 12:04 p.m. to 1:48 p.m. So again, these are your signaling measurements or the time in advance records. And so from 12:04, so that's your red box in the middle of the screen towards the bottom, you can see that it's using a tower near the Dyersburg area. Then at 1:31 p.m., you have a measurement that has a hot dog looking arc several miles away that goes over some of the locations of interest. And from there, from that 1:31 time frame till 1:45, you can see that the phone begins to travel in a north-northeast direction based on those time in advance measurements that were collected.
Okay. And then explain the top left box where you say that the 1557 has no cell site records from 1:49 to 8:18. Does that mean the phone was turned off, or?
So there weren't any call detail records that contain cell site information for the 29th, so I only had RTT measurements during this time frame. It doesn't necessarily mean that the phone was off, just there were no signaling measurements collected or not enough data was provided for me to analyze at the time.
Okay, and the top arc there, or the rainbow, does the defendant's home appear on that?
Yes, the residence is close to the time in advance band.
Okay,
Yes.
is that your yellow?
That is the yellow flag.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
So you say I'm sorry, I hate to ask that again. You said that it's not necessarily that the phone was off. Do you know of any reason why, if the defendant was home, that his phone would not be connecting to any cell towers?
It could be off. It could be connected to Wi-Fi, for an example.
Okay. Can you tell us what a network extender is?
So a network extender is something that you can utilize in a home or office setting to enhance your voice and data capability. And it's something that has a relatively small range to it.
Okay, and if someone's using their cell phone in their home, is their phone going to connect to their network, and they have a network extender in their home, is their phone going to connect to the network extender or to a tower?
So again, the phone is going to connect to the best and clearest signal, but the purpose of the network extender is to provide a coverage area, stronger coverage area in places that you may not get good coverage. And so theoretically, you should connect to the network extender. as long as the load capacity hasn't been reached. So, for example, if your network extender limits you to 5 users and you've reached that 5-user capacity, you may then connect to a standard cell phone tower. Or if your internet was down at the time and your network extender wasn't available, you would then connect to the nearest cell tower with the best and clearest signal.
Is a network extender designed to be your best and clearest signal in your home?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Now we're moving to the evening of, I believe your slide says 10:29 from 8:19 to 9 p.m. Can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes. May I refer to my report so I can see the timestamps?
Yes. I assume, Your Honors, do you have a problem with her looking at a report? No.
Sorry, it was a little small. Okay, so these are the cell site activations for the red phone on the 29th from 8:19 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. Does that show any sites of interest on there?
So from 8:19 to 8:23, there were some time in advance measurements collected in the Dyersburg area, where it does encompass 2 of the locations of interest, the Dyersburg Mall and the Walmart area.
Okay.
At 9 p.m., then you can see that the phone has moved in a northern direction based on the 9 o'clock time in advance measurement collected about 12.54 miles away from that tower that's at the farthest north of the graphic.
Okay, so tell us something about that. That's a pretty wide arc. Do you have any indication where, is there any way of telling where on that wide arc the defendant's phone was at 9 o'clock?
So without any other overlapping hot dog or rainbow looking arcs, we can just say that the phone was somewhere along that arc
Overlapping hot
or
dogs.
slightly closer to the tower to account for any obstructions in the way. So the 2 hot dog arcs at the bottom of the graphic, those have an overlapping area where we can narrow it down. But the time in advance measurement at the top of the graphic, since it's so far away from the tower, it could, in theory, be anywhere along that arc.
Let's go on to page 10.
It's their fault for having a murder aisle.
Before we get started on the 3775549, I noticed there's a little box at the bottom left of this slide. Can you tell us what that means?
So on the 30th of October, for the red phone, there were no cell site records captured prior to 2:26 p.m. Again, the call detail records didn't have cell site locations within them, and so the only records that I had to rely on were the time in advance records, which didn't start till 2:26.
Okay. And you say 2:26, that was on the 30th?
On the 30th, correct.
Okay. So tell us what we're seeing here for the 5549 phone.
So
in the early morning hours. This is the early morning hours of October 30th.
Yes, so for 5549, the gray phone, from 1:28 a.m. to 1:45 a.m., you can see there were cell site activations in the Dyersburg area. And based on those time in advance measurements, distances as well as the time stamps, you can see beginning at 1:37, the phone begins to move from a west to east direction.
Okay, and then the second slide, the second slide, is that what you're? I'm having trouble following you. Okay, we'll start with the upper left box at 1:28, the first one time-wise. Can you tell us what you see with that? Let's go with that.
Sure. So at 1:28, which is the far left cell site that's on this graphic, it's pointing in the southwest direction. And we can tell that by the azimuth of 240. So 240 faces in the southwest direction. And with that measurement collection, the network believes that the device is approximately 0.98 miles away from the tower.
And that's in Dyersburg.
And that's in the Dyersburg area, correct.
Okay, so then let's move down and to the right to the 1030 at 137 box. What does that tell us?
So about 10 minutes later, you can see there was a cell site activation on cell tower 225. And the azimuth is indicated as 240, so again facing in the south-southwest direction at a distance of 1.4 miles away. So between 128 and 137, you can see that that phone is moving in a south or a southeast direction, so from west to east. And then as you move from 137 to 1:40 a.m., you can see that now the device is utilizing sector 2, which is indicated by the 120-degree azimuth. And so it starts with measurements collected at 1.7 miles, 1.93, and 2.08. So what that indicates from the time period of 1:28 to 1:45 a.m. is that phone is moving in a west to east direction away from Dyersburg.
Okay, can you explain why, like in the first two boxes to the left, there's only one notation, whereas in the box to the far right, there's 5 different indications? Is there a reason why it appears to be hitting more towers at some time rather than the others?
It's just that the network had collected more measurements on the tower that's closest to the right side of the graphic, or the time frame of 140 to 145.
Okay, go to the next one. Okay, and this is now at 1:52 to 1:53 a.m.
So for the gray phone from 152 to 153, now you can see that the time in advance measurements are utilizing a tower back towards the west direction from the last time in advance measurement that was collected at 1:45 on the previous slide.
So it appears that it has gone to the east and now it's moving back towards the Dyersburg area?
Yes, so at 152.51, you can see that the measurement collected was 1.05 miles away from the tower. And then another measurement was collected about 30 seconds later with a distance of 0.73 miles, which indicates that that phone is getting now closer to the tower and moving in an east to west direction.
Okay, and then number 12. Okay, and tell us what we're seeing here.
So this slide indicates the same time in advance measurements that were on the previous slide, but now includes activity from the network extender records related to this particular device.
So you're saying, or excuse me, please explain. You said it looks like it says approximately 15-minute drive. What does that mean on there?
So if your device was in the time in advance measurement collected at 1:53:26 a.m., which was 0.73 miles away from that cell tower that's indicated there, it would take you on a drive in normal driving conditions approximately 15 minutes if you were going back to the residence, as an example, which is consistent with what the network extender activity indicates, that that phone was connected to the network extender at 2:08 a.m.
Okay. And your yellow box, you're indicating that it was connected to the network extender from 2:08 a.m. to 4:38 a.m.?
Yes, there was a very long duration data session that was captured during this time frame, beginning at 2:08 until 4:38 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to examine.
This prosecutor mumbles a lot. And the defense attorney always hands stuff to his client as well. Say, hey, check these out. You remember these?
It's in Exhibit 3. That's just the printed. Ma'am, I'm handing you a printout of a document that's already been admitted, part of Exhibit, I believe, 3. Is that our thumb drive?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do, yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are 3G data session records associated with the gray phone ending in 5549.
Okay, and would you walk us through what you're able to tell from that 3G session report?
So these data sessions for this device, there are 5 entries that cover data sessions from 2:08 a.m. on October 30th to 5:09 a.m. on October 30th.
Okay, and the one at the bottom is, I think, is where you got your information for that yellow box, the network extender activity. Can you tell us what it means for that? You said it's on the network extender from 2:08 to 4:38. What does it mean when 4:38 arrives?
So at 4:38, that particular data session was terminated, at least utilizing the network extender. So the network extender is a mini cell tower in essence.
Okay, and what's the most common explanation of why a network extender session was terminated?
You would leave the coverage area of that network extender, which is extremely small. They're not made to expand coverage outside of maybe a 50-foot radius.
Okay, layman's terms, she left the house?
If somebody left the house and this particular device was the device they were holding, then yes, you would no longer be within the coverage area of that network extender, which would cause you to utilize a standard cell tower.
I misspoke. The device left the house. Would that be the most common explanation?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what the other, I believe it's 4 lines of the 3G report show.
So after 4:38 a.m., which was the end of that data session on the network extender, there are 4 other records that happened after that, which were data sessions utilizing your typical standard cell tower.
Okay, and this is the 5549 phone that we have already identified as being the victim, Karen Swift's phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious why, can you go to the next one? Okay. When was the next tower? I've lost track of, since I gave you my record, I forget, but was it at 5 o'clock or so, the next tower connection? Will you tell me, or tell the jury?
Your Honor, I would object to leading. You can ask questions.
Okay. When is the next tower connection after the network extender, it leaves the network
Objection's
extender?
overruled. I don't think it's leading. Go ahead.
Can you tell us when the next tower connection, if there is one, after the network extender is disconnected?
Yes, there was a data session connection at 4:57 a.m.
Okay, and walk us through the rest of them, please.
So again, we had time in advance measurements and data session records. So the data session record was the network extender. There were subsequent data session records at 4:57 a.m. on a tower south of the residence, which is one that I typically saw in other time in advance measurements that would service the residence, for example. At 5 a.m., I saw another data session on another standard tower that is located closer to the Dyersburg area. Again, that has provided coverage area as far north as the residence, for example. And then another data session at 5:04 a.m. and 5:09 a.m.
Okay. Now, you said that you've seen this this particular tower connection before. Tell us, do you have any information as to where you think the device was on this big arc?
So on this particular RTT measurement, or time in advance measurement, this was the last one that was collected on the 5549 device. And so this was at 5:04 a.m. this particular time in advance measurement was captured a duration of about 15 seconds. And on that RTT record, there are also additional columns in that report that may indicate additional connections during that 15-second time frame. And so there were additional connections made with corresponding distances. So generally, I would say the device is located anywhere along that arc. But based on the other signal measurements that were collected during the 15-second duration here, the phone is most likely in the southeast part of that hot dog rainbow-looking arc, which encompasses the area of some of the locations of interest.
Okay. And you just testified that the last connection made to a tower was at 5:09. And then there were no more connections, is that correct?
Yes, so the 5:09 a.m. tower, which was the data session hit, didn't indicate the side of the tower, so we only know which tower was utilized. This graphic here represents the last, at least time in advance measurement, where it had a direction on the tower that can give you a better idea of where a phone could be located.
Given the number of towers from the time that left the network extender until the last one at 5:09, given the relatively few number of towers that it connected to, does that tell you anything about whether or not that device was possessed by someone on foot or in a car or some other scenario?
Based on some of the additional measurements collected, at least on the 5:04 a.m., is that this device is more likely in the area where all the locations of interest are, instead of, say, for example, on the Missouri side of the river or near the river. As you know, some of the drive times, like if a device, for example, were at a residence, to be able to get over to the river doesn't account based on some of the measurements that we do have collected and captured.
I guess my question is this: if someone had put that, when it went off the network extender at 4:38, if somebody had put that device in a vehicle and say we're driving south towards Memphis, would you expect to have seen more towers connected?
Yes, I would. If it was heading in that direction and away from the coverage area of this particular tower, yes, I would expect to see other connections.
Yeah, Missouri and Tennessee are separated by the Mississippi
Yes.
River.
Consequently, if it headed north, you would expect to see towers in that direction.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, more than you see on the RTT reports that you have.
Yes, like for example, the tower that's just on the Missouri side of the river, if somebody were closer to the river, I would expect to see an activation on that particular tower, which you can see indicated by the red dot on the left-hand side.
Okay. The last tower connections at 5:09, what are some of the reasons that you can think of why a device would stop connecting with towers?
So there are a couple examples. One could be that the phone is turned off. One could be that it's connected to Wi-Fi. There were numerous attempts to collect measurements after the 5:04 time in advance measurement that just didn't register any cell tower or corresponding distance. So which is an indication to me that the phone is likely off the network and it can't be found.
Would a phone being destroyed cause it to stop connecting with towers?
Yes.
Pass the witness. Oh, excuse me. Would you make your, I'm passing you to see if I have you'll look through this. Agent Rexing, is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
I asked you to make it an exhibit to her testimony.
Be admitted as Exhibit 13.
Now we're on to cross-examination. The pen is still on the floor in tripping position, as you can see it there.
There's a
Nice, thank you. Oh, look, he just about stepped on it. That was so close.
Judge, are they?
I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, these are basically just locations and charts for different times for the two cell phones.
That's correct.
All right, these do not contain anything about the computer times or about anything other than the two cell phones.
Yes, just the cell phones.
All right. And the network extender, that's something to boost a signal in a house in layman's terms. Would that be like an accurate assessment?
Yes.
All right. Would it necessarily mean that someone left the house, or could it also mean that they walked to a different part of the house and the network extender got disengaged or picked up?
So typically a 3G network extender, which was what the records indicated it was used for, you may have about a 50-foot radius from the actual network extender device that you could travel within before you would drop your connection with the extender.
So let me just make sure I understand. If I have a network extender in my house located somewhere, and typically how are they, is it like is located in a central room or a location where you don't have good coverage?
I would typically put it, if I had a network extender, probably by a window or somewhere where the connection could be established the best, but you could put it theoretically anywhere in your home or office.
Okay. And if you walk to a different part, the other end of the house, you could either get disengaged from the extender just by doing that?
If you are far enough away from it, yes, it's possible.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're leaving the house.
Not necessarily, no.
It could, but it's not a guarantee. It could be just walking to a different part of the house.
If your network extender, if you go beyond the coverage, which again is about 50 feet radius, which I think is about 7,500 square feet.
Okay. So you've gone through and at different times tried to chart as best you can direction or locations, in essence.
From looking at the records, yes.
Okay. And how is it different, and was it different in 2011 than it is now? Now, is there more detailed information that could give you more precise locations?
No, we typically see the same call detail records and timing advance measurements. These records were on a 3G network, and typically we see more 4G and 5G nowadays, but you get the same types of information in the reports.
So you wouldn't have a more precise or accurate GPS now than you did back in 2011?
Not compared to what we have today. It's the same types of records.
It's not any more detailed now than it was back in 2011?
Nope.
Okay. Just a couple of other things. So basically what you have is just different, and some of these are wide locations that you can't say exactly, other than they're in these wide areas. Where
looks like defense just finished.
That's correct. Without overlapping arcs, for example, these towers are spread out because it's more of a rural area.
And if I'm in my house and I set my phone down to charge it, or it could still possibly, if I'm getting emails or downloads that are coming to my phone, there would still be some activity showing?
Yes, because time in advance measurements are collected independent of what you're doing on your phone. As long as it's on, a measurement can be collected.
But in the middle of the night, there could possibly be less activity.
Sometimes RTT measurements, there could be gaps in the records collected because the network sees that the phone is likely stationary, and so it may not, for example, continue to collect measurements throughout the middle of the night.
So there wouldn't necessarily be any data?
Yes, so you may have a record collected at 9 p.m., for example, and not another one until 2 a.m. as an example.
What is the central time conversion?
We are typically in UTC minus 5 or 6, depending on daylight savings time.
Okay. And I guess, do you take that into account when you make this conversion?
I do typically with most records. However, Verizon is providing their records in the local time.
Okay. So they make that distinction or calculation for you?
For these records, yes.
Okay. Just 1 second.
Didn't really get anywhere with her. Was trying to get a different answer as far as the.
Using Wi-Fi for communication, you won't be on the. You may not be on the extender.
There would be no records that I would look at that would have cell site information if you were on Wi-Fi.
Okay. And it's because you're in. It's picking up the Wi-Fi, and you couldn't measure any data.
There's no. You'd have to be utilizing the network to call, text, or a data session. So if you're on Wi-Fi, there are no records that would indicate that would collect a cell site.
I guess with the cell phone signal, would it collect to the best signal, or is that a true statement or an untrue statement?
The phone, when it's scanning the network, is going to use the best and the clearest signal.
Okay. So if there's two, it'll go to the best or clearest signal.
Correct.
All right. I guess, can the insides of houses be barriers or affect these?
Sure, the best signal would be you standing out in the middle of a field with your phone on top of your head with direct line of sight to the tower. And there's going to be obviously times when you're in a car in a house, but it doesn't affect, it's very negligible effect on the signal. It still travels through walls. When you make a call from your bedroom or bathroom, your phone still works.
Okay. All right. I believe that's all I have.
Oh, so close.
Thank you.
So close.
Witness release. Mr. Taylor. She is. All right.
Witness is released. We're not going to see her anymore this trial.
Recall your next witness.
John Hogshooter.
Hogshooter. John Hogshooter's up. Oh, good. This might get spicy right off the bat. This is the guy who got thrown under the bus. Possibly for poisoning dogs.
I think this will be the last witness we'll try to get to today.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Beg your pardon?
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
While they approach, let me just tell you this. I've got a cool business idea. If you want to do this, it's editing police body camera footage to redact sensitive information. Apparently, police stations are spending 18 hours per video editing down video. And in Michigan, they've just proposed a law to allow them to charge people like me the actual cost of editing the video. They're fine giving it to news stations, but they say if you're an online person, they charge $3,000, $8,000 for a video. So maybe we need to offer that service to the police department. Or maybe make AI do it. Could make a lot of money if they're paying $8,000 per video to edit them. You can do it a lot cheaper than that. And better, I might add. Why is the jury leaving now? They need a break? We just got Hogshooter in here. Judge just getting a little stretch in. He's ready for the end of the day. He's already got his robe zipped down. Oop, sorry. Zip it back up. Didn't mean to call him out there. Oops. I guess we're on break right now. Turn down this this noise, or just turn it off. How about that? I can just turn it off. Judge is off the bench, which means we get to stare at the wall for a bit. This is not supposed to be seen. I think we've got a break. Hogshooter ran off. We can do that on our own time. So we might have about a 10-minute break. This is real time, so we cannot fast forward in this. But the judge has indicated this might be the last witness today, depending on how long it takes. Defense had something to say about that. But if you've been watching chat, you've seen messages from 6-Volt Bus occasionally. Look at this, like right here, clarifying what a network extender is. In mod chat, I'm going to throw 6-Volt Bus under the bus here. In mod chat, we have been educated on the entire phone system, how it works, the network, the actual terminology. Where the expert was sort of a little bit inaccurate in something, it's simplified answers. 6-Volt Bus is the expert when it comes to cell phones, and it's always fun to get the real deal, in mod chat. So, thank you, 6-Volt. Appreciate that. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Let's see. Back for the rest of the trials. We need to go back and watch. Well, it depends what you missed. As long as you got one of the two interviews in whole, like the whole thing. Probably the second one had a little more detail. The first one had like more. It sounded like the same occurrences were recounted multiple times in the first interview. As far as different occasions he caught his wife naked in the hot tub with the neighbors. But so if you want that, then I'd watch the first one. If you want just the details and a little more detail regarding some of the events, then the second one would be that. He basically had a script that he stuck to both times. So either one works. 6-Volt is one smart man. He is. I'm glad we're through that, though. I think we have the benefit of 6-Volt in mod chat to help us understand what's going on, but the jury, they probably followed everything she said up until when she broke out her explanation, her cast paperwork, the charts. That got confusing. The overlapping rainbow hot dogs, the terminology alone was just enough to be like, wait, is this a kid's show? Is this something that should be on late night TV? I don't know what we're talking about here. So 80s Music Man is here. Welcome. Good to have you here. They call me a smart something. No, as long as smart's in there somewhere, I think you're good. Right. Judge is walking around the well. I believe, I'm just going to throw it out here. I believe all the equipment, audio and video in this courtroom is being operated by a single operator at the back of the room. Judge is back. Judge is back. Are we ready? A single person is controlling 2 cameras. I think everything I've seen could be achieved by 2 different cameras. And then it's tied into the audio system from court. So he came down and got the green marker. He's like, this has been bugging me. I don't want a slip and fall accident in my courtroom. We're like 365 days without a lost time accident here. Judge sounds like a good guy. I can't stop looking at that nice Stanley mug there that the clerk has. I'm jealous. I was actually shopping for one of those. They're ridiculously expensive, but trying to see if I can justify one. Stanley is one of the companies that may do like a deal with content creators where you can get a discount on it if you use it a product placement thing. But I'm not sure if it's worth all the hassle of complying with product placement videos, because I've never done a sponsored video before. Just to have a Stanley mug. I only have a Stanley screwdriver. Same company, right? They're nice. I like them. Although the Stanley Starbucks, the combination, that's where you're at. They recalled some. Knockoffs are just as effective. Just saying, they're vacuum mugs. It's a scientific principle that makes them work. Stanley Steamer, not as fun to use, but very effective. Overrated cups. The Starbucks ones are where the money's at, if you're trying to flip them. Bought one for my daughter, then the school banned them. Carler. I don't know. They became well, first of all, I think they became so valuable because of the hype, and it was all hype, that they became a security issue because they could be stolen, and they also became like a status symbol, where if you had the Stanley mug, you were the cool person. And people were paying ridiculous amounts of money for these. I mean, you can buy these in the store, $20 to $30, maybe $40, depending on the size. And yes, that's a ton of money for a mug. But if you use them regularly and you like them and know they are very good at keeping the drink hot or keeping the drink cold for a long time. Like, we're talking 8+ hours. And for some people, it's worth it. But yeah, I'll still buy one if I see one at the Starbucks. I'll buy it and I'll flip it on eBay or something. I'm admitting that I own 2. One for each hand. Double wielding. I like it, Selena. That's great. But how does one know? How does it know to keep it hot or cold? Well, you have to heat it up first or cool it down first. And then when you add it to the mug, it does the rest. They contain lead, but it tastes delicious. Some good lead. Waiting for the audio. The bailiff just gave the nod. Jury's back. Hit the button. I think the judge has the button right there. Was that it? Nope, we're swearing in. Once again, we're waiting for audio. This is Mr. Hogshooter. I have complaints. He said no. I can read lips. Nope. Nope. Right there again. There's another no. Don't know what the question was, but he's saying nope. That's a third no. That's 3 denials. Yes. Finally, he's got yes. Yes, we have that.
30th of 2011.
I lived on Harness Road. I don't remember the address to it. Directly across, probably 2 football fields from them.
You live 2 football fields from Mr. and Miss Swift's house?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe further. I don't know.
Okay. Did you have an incident concerning dogs on October 7th of 2011?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was building a house right there, and Mr. Nafee's dogs had come over to my property and was tearing up some of my property, and I went over to try to see if he could keep his dogs in his yard and everything, and I didn't actually talk to him. I talked to his daughter, and she said that he would tell them, and
would tell who?
Her parents.
Okay. Not Mr. and Miss Swift?
No.
Mr. Nafee?
Nafee.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All the neighborhoods being outed here.
They just was tearing up my yard, so I just kept going, you know.
Okay. So after you asked them to keep the dogs in the yard, did they do that?
They did not.
Okay. So what'd you do next?
I was having a bad fly problem at my house because of the dirt being hauled in, because I was building a house there, and they was building a new school at 5th Consolidated, and I asked them if they could dump all their concrete, dirt, and debris there at my place, and they said, yeah, well, the dirt attracted the flies and then dogs, I guess, and so I put out some fly bait to try to kill off all the flies, and the Nafee's dogs got into the fly poison.
Okay. And where did you put that fly bait?
Outside by my front door.
Okay. Did Mr. and Miss Swift's dog also get into that poison?
I was told that they did. I wouldn't know what their dog looked like.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Mr. and Miss Swift about that?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever have words with them or any discussion about the dogs being poisoned?
No, I did not. I know it was the Nafee's dogs because they went to their house. And it was just 2 big dogs. That's all I ever seen was their dogs.
Okay. Did the police department or the sheriff's department come out and talk to you about that?
They come out and kicked my door in and left me a note.
Okay. What? Were you eventually arrested and charged with cruelty to animals?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you plead guilty to that offense?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, were you arrested on November 5th of 2011?
I don't recall the day, but I was arrested the day that they did a big search for Miss Swift.
Okay.
The whole community was out there looking.
Okay. So you were taken to the sheriff's department, I assume?
Yes, sir.
When you were there, were you questioned?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who you talked to, which officer?
I think it was this officer right here. I'm not really for sure.
Okay.
This guy is the bailiff. It was him. He kicked my door in.
Did they ask you to if they could search your truck?
Yes, they did.
Okay. What'd you tell them?
Absolutely.
Okay. You gave consent?
Yes, sir.
No problem with that?
No problem at all.
Okay. Did they ask you to give a DNA sample?
Yes, they did.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you make them go get a search warrant first?
No, sir.
Okay. You just voluntarily gave it to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you cooperate with their investigation?
100%.
Did they ask you anything about Karen Swift and about her being missing?
I don't really recall what questions it were, but I'm sure they did. And it's been so long ago, I can't remember the questions they did ask me. I'm sure they asked me something about it.
Okay.
I remember talking about it, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, all right, that's fair. It's been a long time ago.
It was a long time.
All right, Mr. Hogshooter, do you remember the weekend of October 29th and 30th of 2011?
The Halloween weekend?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what you were doing on October, well, let's go back to the day before, October 28th, the Friday?
Friday? I don't remember what I did that day per se, but that night, the whole entire church, we went to Bolivar to a judgment house to see a theatrical play Friday night. We didn't get back till late. You know, we had some fellowship and stuff there, you know. We didn't get back till late. I don't know what time it was.
Okay. And that was the Friday night before Halloween?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay, so let's go to the next day, which would have been October 29th. That would be Saturday. Do you recall where you were that day?
Saturday, I got up fairly early because I tried to get some applications put in. I didn't have a way of doing it on my computer. For some reason, it wouldn't let me do it on mine, so I did it at the library. So I did that, and then we had a thing at the park where we were serving hot dogs and fellowshipping, witnessing to people, and, to try to talk them to get to God,
Okay, so when you said we, are you talking about the church?
The church, yes.
Okay, and which park was that?
Okino.
In Dyersburg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how long you stayed there?
No, I don't.
Okay. Was it late?
It was late.
Okay. Any idea what time you got home?
It was after dark, I'd say.
Okay. Once you got home on the 29th, did you leave the house again for any reason?
No, I did not.
Okay. Let's move on to the next day, October 30th. That would have been the Sunday.
Sunday I got up, went to church, and that's Sunday night. I come home after church to try to get a nap in because we was going to have a hayride at the pastor's house. So tried to get a nap in and went to a hayride at the pastor's house Sunday night.
Okay. Did you ever see Karen Swift on any of those dates?
I did not.
Okay. Did you know what she drove?
No.
Okay. Did you know what Mr.
Not really. I mean, you see vehicles, you just don't pay attention to things. He could have been driving a truck, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Did you know that Miss Swift at some point went missing on October 30th? Did you hear that?
I did not.
Did you hear it in the news, or did you?
I didn't have no way. I have no TV.
Okay. All right. So you had no idea about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see, after that weekend, the October 30th weekend, did you ever see Mr. Swift out in his yard or out in a neighbor's yard at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything about him? Do you know if did he appear to be injured in any way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me about that. Was he using crutches, or tell me about it.
He was on crutches talking with the Nafis outside, and it was kind of around, I don't know, dusk, maybe a little after, I don't know. Can't remember. It was right at dark, and he was talking to him, and you could see him using his crutches while he was talking. But after he got done talking and they went in the house, he just walked like he didn't need crutches anymore. And I thought that was strange. I just didn't think nothing about it at the time, but I was like, well, maybe his leg ain't hurting no more. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after everyone else went inside?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the TBI showing up at Mr. Swift's house and doing a big search?
Yes, sir.
Was you at home at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think they was actually there twice.
It's a Halloween miracle.
Did you notice anything strange about Mr. Swift's house before the search happened?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
If it had just been ordinary, routine run of the day, just seeing somebody on crutches, I probably wouldn't remember. He was carrying a 5-gallon bucket of something. I don't know what it was. Just carrying a 5-gallon bucket into his house.
Okay. Did you notice anything else that day?
No, I just thought that was strange. Somebody on crutches trying to carry a 5-gallon bucket.
Do you know what was in the bucket or what he was doing?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Did you notice anything that day?
Later that night, I went outside and noticed a industrial chemical smell in the air. And thought it was really super weird. So weird, I went over to my friend's house that David lived that way, and he lived right over this way. I went over and got him and said, man, come here, smell this. And it was just a real odd smell. I'd never smelled before. And it was after dark. And the wind was, David's house is right here, my house is right here. The wind was blowing that way. So that's the only reason I smelled it. It was a light breeze.
Okay. Any idea what it was?
Never smelt that smell before.
Okay. In 2011, were you married?
Yes, sir.
What was your wife's name?
Bronwyn Hogshooter.
Okay. I'm sorry?
You want her maiden name?
No, so that's fine. And I don't mean to get personal, but I need to ask about this. Were the two of you having any marital issues?
Oh, it was volatile at best.
Okay. Would you mind telling me about that?
She was an opiate addict and it was terrible. I don't know if anybody's ever seen opiate addicts, but they tend to get to the point where they overdose. And she was at that stage I had to take all the checkbooks away from her. I had to take every finance we had and lock it up so she couldn't go get the money and go spend it on dope.
Were you using drugs at that time?
No, sir, I was using the Lord, I assure you.
Are you still married?
No, sir.
Well, I assume you were divorced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
I know it's been over 3 years.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that you lived on Harness Road. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Willie Johnson Road connect into Harness Road?
I lived kind of in a curve. Well, in that curve, Willie Johnson went that way.
Okay.
So I kind of lived in that curve right there.
Okay. So Harness would have gone around?
Yes.
Okay. Around. Did you ever have a reason to be on Willie Johnson Road or to be driving to the opposite end of the road?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Charlie Whitnell was selling dirt, and I was going to buy some dirt from him, and he kind of told me about where it is, so I tried to find it. I wanted to see what kind of dirt that it was, because I had all that construction debris. I needed dirt to kind of help fill it, and I wanted to buy some dirt. He's going to sell it to me cheap, but I wanted to see what kind it was.
Right.
So I went down that way to see if I could see where he was digging at.
Okay. And what kind of vehicle did you have?
I had a F-250 diesel truck.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you two very important questions. Did you kidnap Karen Swift?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you kill Karen Swift?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
All right. What spiciness will develop here on cross? Got a testimony for
Mr.
his wife as
Hogshooter,
well.
let me ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You lived on the Harness Road.
Yes, sir.
You lived there on the weekend of October the 30th of 2011.
Yes, sir.
Could you get closer to the microphone?
Yes, sir.
All right. You lived there with your wife.
Yes, sir.
All right. You say you were home that weekend.
Yes, sir.
You were there Saturday night through till you left sometime Sunday morning around 9:30 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Your wife was with you.
I don't recall if she was with me or not.
All right. That Saturday night, October the 29th into October the 30th, you didn't say that you heard or saw anything strange or out of the ordinary, did you?
No, sir.
All right. In fact, the officers interviewed you for quite a long period of time on November the 6th, didn't they?
I don't think so.
They interviewed you sometime after that weekend, didn't they?
I don't remember how much, but it was after that weekend, yes, sir.
Okay. They
Does that
brought
count
you
as a long
in
time
and
ago?
asked you questions, officers.
It was started out with the dog event, and then briefly at the end of it, got asked a few questions about Karen. I don't recall what they were, but it was mostly about the dog event.
But they read you your rights and had you sign a rights waiver, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Okay. Now, there's two different incidents. There's the dog poisoning that is earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
He's standing on the pen right now. He's standing on one pen. Ooh. That was close.
Which is October the 7th of 2021. And you got arrested or approached by law enforcement after that.
You're saying 21?
Oh, excuse me, 2011. December the 7th of 2011.
December?
No, October the 7th of 2011.
He's correcting.
Okay, yes, sir. Sounds about the right time
It was
frame.
about a month before the others.
That sounds about the right time frame.
This printing is pretty small. And
There's
you're
a pen
approached
and a highlighter.
about cruelty or poisoning of animals.
I was arrested on the day that they did I don't know what day it was. There was a big search. I mean, 1,000 people or better was out there. They had the roads blocked off. I pulled in to my house and the deputies approached me and arrested me.
Okay. And then after they arrested you, at some period after that, they interviewed you.
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was a long interview, wasn't it?
I don't recall. I don't think it was.
Okay. If I could, can I pass this to the witness?
That's the transcript of the interview, I think. Ooh, it's a lot of pages. Probably
Would
over
you
an
look
hour.
at that and see, just look at it and see if it refreshes your recollection?
Just the front page, or
Just look at the front page and look into it.
Gaze at it longingly. There's also a pen just to the left of the witness on top of the rail there. It's a Sharpie. It's almost hidden because it's pointing right at us. This is the pen trial, I think.
you want me to keep going after the first page?
Do we see the pencil?
Does
Is
that
there a
refresh your
pencil
memory
somewhere?
about the date?
No, sir, it doesn't.
All right. Is the date November the 6th, 2011?
That's what it says.
All right. And does it appear to be an interview of you?
I mean, it's got my name in it.
And Calvin Johnson and Glenn Cook, were they the two officers that talked with you?
Sir, I don't recall. I don't remember. I thought it was this young man right here. I can't remember.
Okay. And you're saying they asked you a bunch of questions.
Yes, sir.
They asked you about the dog poisoning.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you want to look through this and see if it jogs your memory?
The answer is no, I don't.
Yes. You go right ahead.
Do we get a sidebar? Sidebar while he's reading his entire transcript? Okay. Well, that's going on. Back on the Daybell trial, the prosecutor has just begun rebuttal a few minutes ago. So this is the final, and then I think we'll have some jury instructions, and then on to deliberation. I believe they'll start deliberating tonight. We'll see if that happens. But got soft rain on the roof here in the background. My tinnitus suddenly got a lot louder. Just add that to the class action lawsuit, Matthew. Oh. Guys, Mrs. R.A. just brought me a plate full of nachos. And I'm going to eat them in front of you. And the glass beverage. Thank you. Nachos for dinner. Witness is still reading. He's reading slowly. The poor guy, he got dragged into this, and it just doesn't seem fair.
Does that refresh your memory at all?
No, sir, not really.
Okay. And let me just make sure I understand what you're saying.
You
So
said
you
no.
don't recognize any of the information, or that you were asked questions by the officer?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And When you testified earlier, you're saying that the dates that you saw David Swift talking to Mr. Nafee on his crutches was when? This weekend?
Way after the incident.
Okay, you're talking way after October the 30th.
Yes.
All right. Do you know if it was several months or not?
I don't recall that neither. I don't recall the time frames of things. I just know it was after. That's all I know.
Okay. And when you saw him walking out, you're saying with a bucket. You don't know how long after October the 30th of 2011 that was?
Them two things kind of happened in the same, really close together.
Right. And you don't know if it was weeks or months later, do you?
It could have been weeks. It could have been a week later. I don't know. I don't remember.
All right.
But I just know it was after that date. A week, 2 weeks. I don't know.
It could have been a month?
No, I don't think it was monthlies.
You're not sure of the exact time frame. How long after October the 30th, 2011 are you?
No, sir.
All right. Now, the night of October 29th through October 30th, you're not saying you heard any strange noises or screams or anything like that, did you?
Sir, it was a busy weekend for me, and I was exhausted, so I didn't hear nothing.
All right.
I was in bed. I just didn't hear anything.
All right. You didn't hear any noises like a flat tire going by or anything?
No, sir.
All right. That's all I have.
I've never seen this before in a witness, where they're
When you
handed
saw
a copy of their
Mr.
police
Swift carrying the
transcript
5-gallon
and say
bucket,
it doesn't
was
refresh
it
their
prior
recollection.
to the search by the TBI?
Yes.
Okay, so if the search was by the TBI was on November 10th of 2011, it would have been before that date?
It would have been.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down. The witness released. Can I ask? Yes. Go ahead.
Did you indicate you were employed in construction?
Sir?
You were employed at this time in construction?
Employed in construction, remodeling.
Okay. And you had construction material near your house or tools and things of that nature?
Debris from the 5th Consolidated School that was being built.
Okay. You had that on or near your property?
It was on my property, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Is the witness released?
Yes, sir, by the state.
Mr. Taylor, is the witness released?
Judge, I would just ask that Monday.
Mr. Hogshooter, you need to be back upstairs on Monday morning.
So he's not.
Yes, sir.
He's not released.
In the witness
Defense wants another shot at him.
For your next witness.
Oh, we got an extra witness tonight. Take your evidence, sir. Clearly 2 pens on the floor now. In tripping position. Another pen about to fall.
Swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth. Raise your hand.
Would you raise your hand, please? Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Would you state your name, please?
Stephen Brian Lee.
Hey, Mr. Lee, do you know David Swift?
I know who he is, and I've met him once, and this is the second time I've ever seen him in person. So we had one meeting.
Do you recognize him?
I do. Yes, sir.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
He is.
Would you point him out, please?
He's right there.
Could we just make a record of the fact that he's identified the defendant?
Mr. Lee has identified Mr. Swift in the courtroom.
Mr. Lee, did you know Karen Swift?
I knew Karen.
Okay. How did you know Mr. and Miss Swift?
I knew Karen through the bonus, Bill and Kathy. Bill and I were friends, and we hung out a lot, and that's how I came to know Karen.
Okay. Were you around Karen very often?
Not very often.
Just the hot tub?
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with her?
Oh, sure. We had some social events where we talked.
Okay. Do you know if there were any kind of marital, let me strike that. Do you know what type of relationship Mr. and Ms. Swift were having in late 2011?
When I first met her, I didn't know she was having any kind of problems. Later on, I found out she was going through a divorce.
Okay. And what type of person did you observe Ms. Swift to be?
She was very nice, and she was had things together. I was surprised to find out she was going through a divorce because she was such a pleasant person and always seemed happy and smiling.
Okay. Did you ever see her around her children?
Just once, but not very often. The one time we went over, and she happened to have her kids there with the Bona kids.
Were you able to get an idea of what type of mother she was?
I did not, because we were just there to hang out on the back deck, and I didn't see her interact very much with her kids because her kids were with other kids.
Hot tub.
And
they're calling it now.
So.
All right, I got you. Thank you. Were you present at a birthday party for Kathy Bona? I think it might have been her 40th birthday party.
When you asked me that, I tried to remember when it was, but I don't remember it being Kathy's birthday party.
It's just, were you present at a social event?
We were present at a social event.
Okay, and where was that?
I think at the farms, but I don't remember us being at a birthday party with Kathy at the farms. So,
all right. So, was it in 2011 or was it another year?
I can't. I don't remember it being a birthday party for Kathy at the farms. That's
okay.
So
okay. All right. But do you recall being at a social event in which it was the Bonas and Miss Swift was present?
At the farms?
Yes, sir.
No, vaguely. I don't know. We had, we would hang out at the farms a lot, and I can't remember. I can't remember the time that we were there, and it was Kathy's birthday party.
Okay.
So.
All right. Let me just move on from that then. Do you recall a time that all of you ended up at the Bona's house and some folks ended up in the hot tub?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I called it. So all I know is we were at the farms for some function, and we ended up at the Bona's after the function at the farms.
Okay. And
we were just hanging out.
Was Mr. Swift there?
Was all hanging out.
Not when we first got there.
Okay. Was Miss Swift there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if she got in the hot tub?
She did.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift show up later?
I was told that. I never saw him.
I object to hearsay.
Yes, sir.
I did not see him.
Okay. You never saw Mr. Swift there?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you at the Halloween party on October 29th, 2011 at the farms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Miss Swift there?
Miss Swift?
Yes.
She was there.
Okay. Was Mr. Swift there?
I never saw him.
Okay. What did you see Miss Swift doing when she was at the party?
She was just having a good time like everybody else and mingling and dancing and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did anything seem out of ordinary that night?
It was pretty ordinary.
I saw nothing. It was just nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you see her arguing with anyone that night or having any problems with anyone?
I never noticed anything. No arguments, no anything.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Sir, my eyes were up here. Didn't notice anything. They danced. They just ended up in the hot tub.
You indicated you were at Kathy's house at a party.
Yes, sir.
There was a hot tub in operation.
Yes, sir. It was.
All right. Just a few questions. You remember there were people in the hot tub that had bras and panties on?
Yes, sir. We did not have bathing suits, so we just boxers and bras and panties, and yeah.
Was anyone naked?
I cannot tell you what they were wearing because I can't even remember who was at the party other than Kathy and Bill and me and my wife and Karen. And
the whole club.
I can't remember what anyone had on.
I'm sorry.
Just 1 second.
I can't tell you.
The only time
what
I
they were
guess you
wearing.
saw David was at the 5K run.
That's where I met him. Yes, sir. The 5K run.
He was watching the girls and assisting while Kathy was there.
It was a fundraiser, a 5K fundraiser. I think it might have been for the girls in the dance club, and Kathy was there because she runs the dance place, and my wife and I were also running, and I think Karen was running also. So,
right. Was Karen helping Kathy at that event?
I believe so. I believe she was assisting. Yeah.
And did you see David with his children?
I saw David, and I remember him. He did have some kind of injury at that time, but I can't remember what it was.
Right. Did you see him with his children, though?
I didn't pay attention because I just met him that one time, and I didn't really pay attention to what I just said. Hey.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you can step down. Witness release?
Yes.
Thank you.
Tyler's witness release?
He is.
Wow.
State called Shannon Lee.
Shannon Lee's up. Did you hear him? I can't tell you what they were wearing because I can't remember who was there. So, I didn't see faces.
Shannon Lee.
Always have an excuse flat
on my wife's here. She tells me I can't hear all the time, so I'm used to it.
Tennessee is on the map now for these hot tub parties. And like, hang on, we've got the Smoky Mountains, we've got Dollywood, we've got all these other things we should be famous for, but now everyone just thinks that it's sexy time hot tub parties.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name, please?
Shannon Lee.
Okay. And Miss Lee, do you know David Swift?
I know of him.
Okay. Do you know him when you see him?
Yes,
Okay. And did you know Karen Swift?
I did.
And how did you know Mr. and Mrs. Swift?
I met Karen through Bill and Kathy Bona.
Okay.
No, they're going through the club.
Met David in their presence.
Okay.
I mean, not at any gatherings or anything.
Okay. Were you friends with Karen Swift?
All the club members.
We had just sort of begun a friendship before all this happened. I had met her through Bill and Kathy Bona. We had been at their house when she was in our presence.
Okay. So more of an acquaintance, I guess?
Yeah, I would say it was more of an acquaintance.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity to see Miss Swift with her children?
I think on one occasion we were at the Bonas, and her two younger daughters were with us, or with her there.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe what type of mother she appeared to be?
She seemed like a very caring, loving mother.
Okay.
Concerned about her children, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did you have an opportunity to observe what type of person Miss Swift was?
The times I was around her, she seemed like a very nice person, good character, caring, loving.
Okay. Do you remember a time that there was either a party or some kind of social gathering at the Bonas and some people ended up getting into a hot tub?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if Miss Swift was present?
She was.
Do you know if Mr. Swift was present at that time?
The only time I can recall seeing him was we were leaving that night, and
He came through the door, either coming from the house out to the back porch or the opposite. I'm not sure which way that worked, but we ran into each other.
Okay. When you saw Mr. Swift approaching, had he been there earlier in the night? Had he been a part of the social gathering?
No, he had not.
Was this at about the time the party was breaking up, or were you the only ones leaving, or how did that happen?
Yeah, things were breaking up, and my husband and I were heading home. And I was going into the house to get my belongings, and we kind of ran into each other.
What did you see Mr. Swift do at that time?
He just seemed upset. He didn't do anything. I didn't see him do anything. I think he went on out to the back porch, and I was going in the house to get my purse and my things, and we left. So I don't know what happened after that.
And when you say you ran into one another, do you mean physically?
Like he brushed against my shoulder as I was coming in, and I think he was going out. We just sort of bumped into each other.
Do you apologize for that, or make any statements? Or?
I don't remember any exchange verbally. I just know his expression on his face, he looked like he might have been upset.
Okay. And that was my next question, was what did his demeanor appear to be? He appeared to be upset that night?
He didn't look like he was in a friendly mood, no.
Did you stay around after that?
I did not.
Okay. Let me move on to the evening of October 29th of 2011. Were you present at a Halloween party at the Farms?
I was.
Okay. And were you a host, or were you just present?
No, my husband and I were both hosts. We helped decorate and get it set up.
Okay. Did you see Kathy and Bill Bona there that night?
Yes.
Did you see Karen Swift there?
Yes.
What about David Swift?
I did not see him there.
Okay. While Miss Swift was at the party, did you see her throughout the night?
Yeah, she was there. I mean, we ran into each other some, and maybe we visited some.
Okay. Did she sit at a table with you?
I believe at some point in time we all kind of sat at the same table.
Okay. Did you see anything out of the ordinary with her that night?
I did not.
Did you see her arguing with anyone?
I did not.
Did you see her dancing with anyone that night?
Not anyone in particular. We all kind of danced as a group, just a social event type thing.
Okay, but not just one individual, two people dancing?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
That's the witness.
Thank you.
They went easy on her.
Ms. Lee, let me briefly ask you some questions. Did you were interviewed by officers after that?
Yes.
And they asked you a bunch of questions?
Yes.
All right. This was after Karen Swift went missing?
That's correct.
All right. And you answered their questions?
Yes.
All right. You went into did you go into the station and do an interview?
I did.
Okay. And you answered several questions about what you're testifying about and what you recall back then.
That's correct.
Right. And that, when you gave that statement, that was closer in time to when you remembered it.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Just a few things. You never indicated you saw David and Karen arguing.
I have never seen that, no.
All right. And you do recall that you were asked questions about Kathy Bona's party. Was it her birthday party?
I think that's what I can't recall what brought us to that night of being on their back deck, but
was it her 40th birthday party, or do you remember?
It was the hot tub.
I've been told that I went, but I don't recall going. But
okay, was that when you talked about the hot tub, being over at the Bonas and seeing people around the hot tub?
There was an occasion where I was at the Bonas, and some people did get in the hot tub, but what brought us there before that, I really can't recall. I don't know.
All right. And you said there were several people there, and you saw people in the hot tub?
Yes.
All right. And is that when you indicate that David Swift, you were leaving or you went by each other? Is that when you're saying that occurred and you brushed each other?
Yes.
All right. And let's see, Karen Swift was there.
Yes.
And the Bonas were there and several other couples.
Yes.
All right. You recall seeing people in the hot tub with panties and bras?
No.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Karen Swift in the hot tub in her panties and bra and then remove her bra and throw it?
No, I don't.
Okay. If I can, at the interview you did, you answered a bunch of questions. I know it's been a long time.
Yes, sir.
I want to pass you a document to have you look at this and see if it refreshes your recollection, and then we'll ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, none of these people remember that there was a birthday party going on. But they all remember the hot tub. And then they have very selective memories on other things. Look at the audience member just behind the witness. Is she like flabbergasted? No, she's blowing on her hands trying to get warm. Camera guy's trying to get a little selfie time there in the top back of the camera with the controls back there. Well, so how about that? How about the thumbnail? Let's take a look at the thumbnail here while we've got just a minute. We've got the audio on, so when the judge decides to bring it back, we'll hear it. But just 1 second here. Let's bring this over to camera 3. Dang it, I was too slow.
You know, we can't pick you up without the microphone, so it's okay.
Trying to get back. That's why you don't need to let us move, I guess. Let me just say it again.
Do I need to come out there? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
I was trying to save trouble. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Would you just take a moment, Ms. Lee, and read that, and then when you're through, just let me know.
While she's reading, I'm going to show you just briefly this. Here's our thumbnail so far that we're building for this, the Tennessee versus David Swift trial. We have the hot tub, the gentleman peering over the fence. It's a work in progress, so things are flying around here. It's looking good. You guys are doing a great job. This is going to be our thumbnail for the duration of this trial, and it will morph. It will develop as we go along. So, looking great. Good work. Veda Worship, good to see you back here. It's been a while. Welcome. Nicole, this is a murder trial. The defendant is accused of killing his wife 13 years ago. It's been a cold case. This is the first time it's gone to trial. A lot of circumstantial evidence, very little physical evidence. But it's rumored that he brutally killed her in the garage. Traumatic, blunt object injury to the head. And then dumped her body in a sort of stage setup way to make it look like she was attacked after flattening the car tire and leaving it about a quarter mile from the house.
If I could have that back.
Oh,
just
sure.
1 second, ma'am. I know it's been a long time. Does looking at these 2 pages refresh your memory?
Honestly, I don't remember all those details at this point, but if that's what I said happened after, then I can't dispute that. I don't.
All right. And do you recall responding that you did see people in the hot tub with their bra and panties?
I don't recall it now, but it might have happened.
Okay.
But
And you recall saying that you saw Karen Swift in her panties with a bra on, and then she removed her bra and threw it?
I don't remember that. But if that's what they said I said, then I can't dispute that.
That was November the 3rd, a lot closer to when you were interviewed, or at the time you were interviewed.
That's correct.
All right. Just 1 second, I'll be through.
Yeah, so these were the parties that the witness, the defendant, talked about. That he says his wife went to frequently.
Do you recall saying that Karen was up in Kathy's bedroom?
Yeah, I don't know.
During Kathy Bona's party?
She might have gone up there.
You see in the statement where you talk about you and David brushing past each other?
Yes.
All right. You indicated that Karen was upstairs in Kathy's house in her bedroom.
People were mingling in and out of the house, and I never even went up into Kathy's upstairs to know if that was a bedroom or a bathroom, to be honest with you. I don't know.
But you recall answering questions, and you've reviewed the statement that you were interviewed.
Yes.
And that's in your statement.
Okay. Then she might have been up in her bedroom.
Objection. We're going to approach really quickly. This witness also has done the same thing the previous witness did and said that even though I've read the statement that has my name verbatim and has the questions and answers that I gave at a police statement regarding this, I don't remember. I don't recall. Typically, when you say that correctly, when you say this does not refresh my recollection, it will cut off the line of question because there's no benefit to the court to have you be questioned about something that you don't recall. So 2 witnesses in a row have conveniently not recalled. They might have the Canton cross-examination. Is that what they call it? Canton cross-examination. But spicy parties.
Can you redirect?
Ms. Lee, do you ever recall being at a party where you were in a hot tub along with your husband and Mr. Swift was present?
No. He was not part of the party. I recall bumping into him when we were leaving.
Okay, I'm talking about a previous party.
No, I do not.
So if there was an interview of Mr. Swift played earlier today, and he made a statement that you and your husband were having sex in the hot tub, would that be true?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, you can step down. Witness released. Yeah. Mr. Taylor's witness released. Ma'am, you're excused and free to go.
Okay, she's gone. And she's going to run for the door.
Okay, I think we'll stop there for today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go home for the afternoon and the evening. I hope you all have a good evening. Remember this. Do not discuss the case with anyone, certainly not with each other. Do not speak with any of the attorneys, the defendant, anybody in the courtroom, or anybody who approaches you about the case. Do not form or express any opinion about the case. Again, as I told you yesterday, there are many media reports, and as you know, the trial is being streamed. You are not permitted to read, watch, listen to, interact with any media reports or streaming of this case. You're not permitted to post anything on social media or any other internet site about this trial or your service as a juror. Again, I'm asking you help me preserve the integrity and the fairness of this trial. Don't do any research whatsoever. And we'll
The integrity-
talk again
the integrity
in the
of this
morning.
trial.
We're going to start again at 8:30 in the morning. If you'll be here by 8:15 a.m., we'll try to get started on time and cover as much ground as we have today. Thank you for the day.
All rise.
Jury out. Let's see if they need to work on anything between the lawyers. But wow, what a spicy trial. This is just, yeah, this was 13 years ago. Most likely a lifetime away from how she's living right now. I'm just guessing from how she behaved on the stand.
All right, let's be seated a minute. Is there anything else we need to do this afternoon before we adjourn for the evening?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
We're going to start again at 8:30 in the morning. If y'all will be here, then we'll.
It's 9:30
get
Eastern.
Going on time and get going. You have witnesses lined up for tomorrow. One of the things I was trying to suggest earlier was if you want to get somebody to stage your next witness outside in the hallway, it might reduce our turnaround time.
I've been doing that this afternoon. I've been texting.
Well, the last several were quick, and okay. Okay, all right. Very good. All right, we'll see you in the morning then. We'll stand adjourned.
And with that, we are. Let me just do this one time, just for all the moments we've had so far in this trial. Wow, wow, that is crazy. This is a crazy trial, guys. I had no clue, zero clue. I'm gonna blame Amber. I think it was Amber who tipped me off on this one, saying, "Hey, there's this Tennessee trial coming up." I could say that because I think Amber's not here right now. Oh, wow. We're gonna start again tomorrow morning with this one, seeing this one through. I'm gonna wash my ears and wash my eyes tonight. But just for those that are curious, I think right now, if we peek over just really quickly.
Date this afternoon, Ms. Blake.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
This is live from the Daybell trial.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll be in recess. I do want to thank all those in the gallery for complying with the courtroom conduct order. And thank you, counsel, for your hard work and professionalism in this case. We'll let you know once we hear any word from our jurors. We're in recess.
All rise, please.
Okay. So has deliberation started? I started the timer about a minute and a half ago. Let's see. We'll never see a hot tub again the same. They just started. Okay, so we've got deliberation timer is going. It's right here. We've got 2 minutes on the timer. Let me see if I can put that. I think we're gonna once we're done here, I'll put it on the screen. Let's see. Oh, they're done. So tell me really quickly, Ashley. They just started deliberating in the Chad Daybell case. Is the jury deliberating tonight, and then, or did the judge just call it and say we're done till the morning? We'll find out here in a second. Let me see if I can get the video I need pulled up here. Hang on. Shrink this one down. I think we had... I don't know where it went. Grr. They're sequestered, and it's possible for a weekend. What? Did you guys see this? They're sequestered, and it's possible for a weekend verdict? It could be tonight. deliberating tonight until at least 7 p.m. I think it's going to be tonight. I honestly, I think this is going to be a quick verdict. I'm not sure what the poll was over on Top Mark Media, but wow. All right, where are we? They'll give a 30-minute warning. Okay, I'll keep my ear to the ground. Obviously, if you hear a warning, please reach out to me, probably by phone, like call me on the burner phone. And we'll see if we can go live with that. This is a capital case for Chad, I believe. Was not for Lori because of a mistake the defense made, or excuse me, the prosecution made with discovery, and they got punished, they got penalized, and took death penalty off the table as a result. But for Chad, I believe it is a capital case. Let's see. I'd enjoy the night in the hotel, then announce the verdict in the morning. Yeah, hang out in the hot tub for a while or something, right? Sorry, that's too soon. But, yeah. All right, so we have, there's day one in the books for our new trial, the Tennessee hot tub trial. I don't know. Do we want to rename it the hot tub trial? But, yeah, that's in the books. So we're gonna pick that up again. Karen Reed trial is on hiatus for about a week. You've got about a week off. It was too soon. But the Swifties trial, I don't want to get sued. Taylor is a little litigious. I don't want to offend her in any way because she has people everywhere, even amongst us. And I don't want to insinuate that she was in any way part of anything that happened during this trial. I told her when I jumped up and left just for a minute. I told her what was going on. I said, "Look, just heads up. On the lunch break, I said we got this trial and it just got crazy." Oh man. All right, let's see. Well, let's go quickly to the thumbnail while we're here. There we go. All right, so in the thumbnail, we've got 2001 with a Square TV, the recording. Let's see. 3G wireless, rainbow, hot dog rainbow is showing right there. We've got Arkansas and Tennessee. Somewhere in the middle. There's the Mississippi River. We've got a F-35 providing noise for us. There's the jet. Let's see, Tennessee and David Swift, Recovery Addict. That's just a road sign telling us where we are. We have a golf cart. Not sure about the golf cart. The mics. Putting green. Oh, there's a bunch of junk in the trunk. What's up with this? Junk in the trunk. Bleach, medicine. A dog that was sick. There's a .22 rifle. Old cell phone. Flip phone. The divorce paperwork, the wanted posters, disco ball, some gasoline. What's the 87 singer? I'm not sure. There's a lot there. Easter eggs. You've got the defendant there with a hurt knee on crutches by the bale of hay. Lights, camera, action. He was acting. The Pinocchio, the liar Pinocchio. Let's see, we've got the fence with the peeping Tom. I see the pickle. Right here, with the hot tub and a pile of clothes next to it. Apparently, some booze were involved. There's police doing a search around the cemetery. There's the lit cross. There are the two hunters found the body. Dog in the river. Bleach by the pool. There's our court clerk who has like all the American flags. There's the garage. See, I'm not sure what this is about. Forensic fire, something was burning. Oh, they burned something in the backyard, right? I think you did. You can see that some of these are still in the works. We've got people in here currently working on this. And there's Dryersburg school bus or courthouse, Dryersburg school. Not sure why it's a school. Anyway, I think I just broke something. Sorry, let me put that back. Where does it go? I'm going to edit, undo, edit, undo, edit, undo. I don't know. That one wasn't me. Whoever moved it, that was somebody else. Even the alternate jurors in Daybell are sequestered. We have the final thumbnail for Daybell 2. Don't forget to grab that one for us tomorrow. Let me take a quick look at that. Give me a second to jump over there. We'll cut to here for a second. See what Daybell's is looking like. Here we go. All right. Give it a second to load all the artwork. This is the final for Daybell. It's still loading. Give it time. Give it time. Clear this off the screen. Virginia says, what happened with the trial hanging out the door? Virginia, the problem is that's one I would pretty much get demonetized on every single day. And I don't mind getting demonetized. There are some days where I think the evidence is very important to hear, and that's cool. But a week and a half worth of being demonetized is means RA can't pay his light bill. And when we can't pay the light bill, we can't run the internet. So it just doesn't work. We can't do that. It was too graphic. There was way too much very graphic injuries shown. This one's busy. Lots of stuff. You got light and dark. I think. Oh yes. Here we go. From the top left. The storm is coming. The iCloud. Lightning hitting Tammy's empty nest. I'm going to read these off and then we're going to look for them. Black bananas for the banana bread. Tammy's duck family. Dark people looking sad. Tammy's empty clogging shoes. Table with 3 different kinds of funeral potatoes for 3 funerals. Banana bread to entice Lori to calm down. The infamous It's Okay from Pryor. The wedding portal. Lori under the bus with her lay. 2 children obscured for the wedding. Lori with the tea during the police interview. Zulema. The awkward ball with the receipt, drawing of teachings on it. Chad with the lay and his grand thought bubble. Bubble has a third eye, the crystal vision, doomsday tent city, and the pendulum for the divining fates. Chad's toast casting out of darkness, burnt toast. Basket for the 7 gatherers, the shovel and the berm, the fire pit, the famous ukulele, the surfboards. Oh, there's tons. Look at this. Holy cow. We just have to look at the picture. Yeah, all those things are in here, though. They're all in here. Even this little green guy is in here. I'm not sure what he's doing there. The aliens. Amazing artwork. Great work. Red Pen, I think you sort of chaired this one. So appreciate that. Red Pen says, I wrote all that, so I'm going to have to go back and look at it. But, all right. Little Green Man was in Pryor's closing. See, last trial I watched here, newbies got cut off from editing the thumbnail. Is 3 months considered a newbie skill? Sheila, we had a problem. We had a troll jump in and start putting stuff on there that, when I'm showing it on screen, that's live editing. It can get dangerous for the channel. So we had to be a little more cautious in how we did it. But I think we've got a better system now. All right, this has been an interesting day. It may not be over. We might have a verdict in tonight. So watch for that. If there is a verdict, we'll go live with the verdict music on the Daybell channel, which I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep up until they bring down the court feed, which I think is when they go home tonight. So it looks like this right now. With the court will resume shortly. Once they go home for the night or shut off the live feed, we'll turn that down and assume that they're not going to have a verdict overnight. But we'll keep our fingers crossed for verdict music tonight in that case. Anything else? I spy with my little eye all the dumbbell chat friends. Yeah, you guys have been fun to watch. I've got dumbbell chat off to my right, and then RA chat up here, and it's fun to watch the two. You guys are absolutely hilarious. The comedy, the comments are just amazing. True Crime Kitty, I think I'll do live on both. Does that work? I can go live where I'll watch the feed. I can stream live to both channels. I don't know. It's probably not going to work if I try to do that. Let's do live on RA. We'll do live on RA. And then I'll also stream it to Top Mark. So yes, on both. Fun polls today. Good job, Ashley. I love that you're doing that over there. Surely all they will have to do is fill out the paperwork, 30 minutes. There's a lot they have to go over. And even the paperwork for a simple trial with, just simple 3 murder trial, I don't know how many different charges are included in that paperwork they have to sign and read and make sure they follow properly. But we'll see. If Top Mark stays live, we won't get notice. Okay, I'll go live again on RA as well. I think I might keep Top Mark live until they go down. And so if the verdict comes in right away, we'll just keep that one live for the verdict. And we'll go live again on RA, just normally without StreamYard. Does that work? So I'll be live here as well. All right, and now that I've confused everybody, we'll get you covered. It's going to be all right. How do we get access to the Canva? Kelly, I can give you access to the... well, I won't do the Chad Daybell because that one's pretty much done. But let's see. Let's do the Tennessee trial. I'm going to post the link for you just briefly. Would ask that you don't make drastic changes. If you have suggestions to make on the screen, there's a second page is the best place to import graphics that you think should be added. Try to keep the page sort of the integrity of the page the same. So whatever the idea is going, we don't want to make drastic changes and delete things other people put on. All that. So anyway, anyone with a link, copy link. Okay, the link is going to be in chat right now. There we go. I'll go ahead and make a copy of this just in case something happens. Okay. So the link's in chat. Help yourself to that. Enjoy that one. I've got a copy that we can save in case something bad happens or somebody gets in that shouldn't be there. Where can I go to watch the interview? The interview on the live stream today. Just go back and watch that. That's all. I have to say, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be hopefully tomorrow morning. Maybe a verdict. Could happen. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Alex stole it as well.
When are we going to break for lunch?